Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Fivers live trading room. It's Tuesday, December 11th. Let's see if we can get some more interesting movements today now that we have the Fed interest rate decision over yesterday and the Fed economic projections as well. And I'm thinking we are going to go through the markets now with that in mind. We're also getting some heavy movements on Euro GBP straight off the bat here this morning. As you can see, this is a beautiful setup right here. I did cover this one yesterday in the live trading room, and I said that I wanted to enter this trade if we do have a bounce in here. You know, honestly, I feel like that candle right there on the 9th of December, I believe that is the Friday, not as the Tuesday close, of course, it's not Friday, it's Tuesday. You know what? I'm just getting straight into it. Where's my manners? How are you guys doing today? Good morning. How are you all? Seems like it's not. Seems like there's potential issue with the live stream on YouTube. Yep. That's weird. We are live on X, but I believe we are not live on any other platforms. I think there's something going on here. So let me get everything set up here, and we will most likely restart everything. Just give me a second here. Let me see if I can fix the issues here. We are currently live on X, but we are not live on YouTube. I think there is some technical errors that we are experiencing right now, so I will have to go and take a look at that. No, it seems like we are. All right, I am live on YouTube, but it appears that it is not showing up inside the platform. All right, sorry about that. Let me just get this done, and I'll see. Yeah, so it's the platform that we're using. We're having some technical issues with the platform right now, and apparently, so I cannot see your comments within the platform. So let me set everything up here for you guys, so I can make sure to see all your comments. Gonna log into YouTube here on my in my browser. And I'm going to open up the chat here in my little teleprompter that I got right here. I'm actually watching a screen right now. It looks like I'm watching right at you, but it's actually a screen, and then I have the camera behind the screen. Amazing. Open that up. It's going to pop up the chat and then add it here. All right, there we go. I can see all your comments right now. Welcome, everyone. Happy to have you all in here. Welcome to the live stream here today. Sorry for the slight hiccup here, the technical difficulties that we are experiencing, unfortunately, but I cannot see all your comments. And we have a lot of people here joining from Kenya. We have South Africa. What's up, guys? Welcome, everyone. Happy to have you all in here. Let's do it all over again. But you heard everything I said in the beginning, so I don't have to repeat anything. I'm gonna just check the news. I'll get myself some coffee as well. Gonna be setting everything up here. So right now I am. Maybe we can just do this market scan and news scan with you guys. I'm just gonna open up the browser, and I'm gonna be sharing my window with you guys. You can see what I'm watching here. Okay, where do I actually have that though? Can I share the window? I'm not going to share the window. I'm going to share the actual tab. Oh, I love when technology works Isn't it lovely when everything just works? Seems to be one of those days when nothing is working. Amazing. So back to TradingView, because that's the only thing I can share. Right. So I'm just going to go over the news right here. Do we have anything happening in the markets right now? It's December the 11th. We had the Swiss interest rates unchanged as forecasted, so nothing going on there. And we have the OPEC monthly report coming out sometime today. And we have the Canadian trade balance at 230. We got the US trade balance 230. And then, of course, we have the very important event of the US initial jobless claims coming out at 230, which is 130 GMT. And that's it for today's going through the markets. Do we have anything interesting happening right now? Do we have anything that might have sparked this move right here? This is a beautiful, beautiful technical move right here. You can look at the daily right here. Someone's saying, bro, USD, Euro USD. Let me take a look. Is something massively happening on Euro USD? Not really. That is the breakout that we were looking for tomorrow. Yesterday we had that downwards trending channel, and I said, once we break above this level, we're probably going to get that move up to 1.17, and that's exactly what we got. Is it because I'm a genius? No, because I didn't make any money on this, did I? Okay, so let's go back to Euro GBP. This is a beautiful technical setup right here. I'm gonna go to Bloomberg. Just gonna refresh myself. Go to Bloomberg. See if we have any type of things here. Okay, we got something about Oracle. Oracle drops disappointing cloud sales, more AI spending. What is the S&P 500 doing based on that news? Let's try to get a sense of the overall sentiment in the market right now. What are you guys thinking about the news that stocks are sliding as Oracle spoils the mood after the Fed cut, as Bloomberg very nicely puts it? US tech is not really reacting very negatively to that. This is the NASDAQ. This is the US 100, the tech heavy index. And then we have the US 500, the S&P 500. Vanaval says, can we talk about the DXY? Yes, we can talk about the DXY. Of course, we can talk about the DXY. We can talk about whatever you want, almost. We can talk about the DXY all day if you want. Actually, no, it's not a lot to talk about. But what is the overall risk sentiment today? We are seeing stocks are down on the day, but up on the local structure. We're hitting a support right here. It's down on the day, but we are hitting a support. We're in the same range, but markets were expecting a rate cut. The market got exactly what was expected of them. I have not yet gotten any idea of what the economic projections are from the Fed that we had yesterday. So I think it's important to figure that out. I will see if I can do some research on that in the back end. So I've set up quite a sophisticated network of AI agents working with me here, as kind of trying to support my research and support my findings in the markets. I'm utilizing ChatGPT, Claude, and Gemini. Is it Gemini? It's amazing process, and I must say Claude and Gemini is light years ahead of ChatGPT right now. I'm sure ChatGPT is going to come up with a new version. It's going to be much better, but right now Claude and Gemini, amazing. Really, I really think that there is actually the possibility here that OpenAI might be overvalued. OpenAI might not be the winner of this AI race. They were the first. They had the first movers advantage, but they are, I think, lagging behind unless they're sitting on something really powerful ready to release in the next couple of weeks. Other than that, I think Claude Anthropic, which is launching an IPO very soon, is going to take over the AI market. And of course, Google has already has all the infrastructure already set up. I think that's they're going to have a big advantage in the market going forward. But let me see if I can. Right now I have set it up so that Claude is talking to Gemini, and basically I asked them to do research, and like it takes them like 10 minutes, and they cover like 1,000 different sources, and they give me a breakdown of that research. So let's see if we can do that together. Okay. So what I'm gonna do here is I have a function where I speak into the mic, and then it takes that and it basically spits out text, and then it starts researching on that. So let's first figure out what do we want to know. We want to know. Can I go back in? Actually, I'm just gonna write it out. So yes, yesterday we had. No, I'm gonna talk about it. Yesterday we had the FOMC and the Fed interest rate decision, and they also gave us the economic projections for 2026. So what I want you to do is to do extensive research on this subject, and then provide me with a very detailed summary of what the expectations are from 2026 in terms of the US job market, inflation, and future interest cuts, and also um, speculate on what you think might change in those projections based on who is going to replace Fed Chair Powell next year. And give me a list of possible implications that you see within the markets, with a focus on the Forex majors and the US indices for the next 6 months. All right, so I'm taking that, giving it to Claude, asking it to do deep research, and I'm taking the results of that research, giving it to Gemini, and asking it for brutal, honest feedback, and fact checking the sources on that, and then that will actually give me a very good idea of the report that we got from the Fed. So yeah. Is this the end of fundamental research? Yeah, I think it is. We humans are going to be using these tools, and of course we are very creative, and we come up with the ideas. But the actual research and the work, I think that's all going to be AI going forward. I'm going to show you the results of this. It's going to be quite amazing. All right, so right now I have my open positions that I'm looking at right now is. I'm still long on AUD NCD. We're getting a pullback down to entry after having sort of a wick on that candle. Looks rather bearish, somewhat of a bearish development here, but still within the same structure, within the same move. Not really very worried unless it breaks the local structure that we have right here. So if AUD NCD breaks below 1.144, then I might be a little bit worried about the outlook for AUD NCD. We are also long on gold. We had a fake at about the range highs yesterday after the FOMC, and we are down inside the range. We are now back down, hitting the range EQ of this range. We are seeing bullish characteristics within the range with higher highs and higher lows. I do think a breakout to the upside is imminent for gold. Yesterday, I believe, I received the monthly newsletter that I'm subscribed to from Bloomberg called the Everything Risk, and it's written by I can't remember his name right now, but it's a really, really good newsletter. So if you are a Bloomberg subscriber, I would highly recommend that you go and subscribe to that newsletter. What I'm gonna do now is, because he wrote that on gold, and it was a fascinating breakdown on what's driving the price of gold right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and I'm just going to get that newsletter. I'm going to download it and I'm going to give it to Claude, ask for a summary, and basically give you guys that summary because I believe that that was a beautiful breakdown of why gold is running. So let me just search that up. It's called Everything, the Everything Risk. And I think you have to be a Bloomberg subscriber to get that one. It is called, what is it called? Central banks are driving the bull market for gold. And this is something that me and LJ has been talking about for a very long time here now. The fact that what's driving gold is the fact that central banks are swapping dollars for gold as the Federal Reserve is basically preparing to cut interest rates for the third time this year, as we saw yesterday. And gold is the ultimate uncertainty hedge, right? So let me just print this out and download it as a PDF, and then I will upload that to my little assistant, and then we can summarize that for you guys while doing the analysis on gold. So I'm just waiting for the research on the Fed economic projections for 2022 to get done, and then we'll do the gold one. Right, okay, so what we have right now is a retest of the range EQ. We came up, we reclaimed the range EQ, hit range high, down in the range EQ area once again. We're going to be adding a fib here. Are we going to be ignoring that low? That is the low. Yeah, we're going to be ignoring that low because that's the low of the FOMC. So what we have right now is a perfect break and retest setup on gold appearing right now as we speak. We're looking at the 1 hour right now, and not only do we have a hit of the range EQ area and the midpoint of the reload zone, we also have a break and retest of the 0.618, as you can see right here. This is a very to me, a very obvious long setup. Am I going to take this long? Well, I'm not. I'm already in a long, so I'm not going to be entering that again, of course. Okay. So we got some comments right here. Let's see. Let's go in and cover the dollar currency index. So I guess I'm not done with gold here, but we're in the range, and we're in the same range that we have been in for quite a long time since the beginning of the month. So not much has been changing, but the fact that we did have a break and retest of range EQ, which has not happened within this range, and it's still, I mean, it's normal for an asset to move heavily based on a news event and then retrace that news event. But if the news event was bullish for the asset, we should see that asset recovering in the direction of the initial move caused by the news. So, which is this move right here. Moving on, USD JPY. Let's take a look. I don't know if you guys remember, but yesterday when I had USD JPY on here, I had added a few levels, and I believe it looked like this, where you had basically a bullish trend here, a high, higher low, and then a lower high. And if we fail to hold this area once again, I believe this might be the indication of that move lower that we have been talking about quite a lot on this live stream with both LJ and Dirk. So guys, I'm just going to be lowering my desk here. I wish I had a faster motor in this one. Okay, so I'm seeing a potential. I think if we go to this chart, this is I don't know if you guys remember this, but we looked at a long setup this summer, and it obviously played out quite well. But we are now trading high. We're trading at a higher area within this overall range right here. Yes, we did break above the reload zone. We did break above this trend line, but we are now hitting this overall resistance area right here. And I think it's time to see a pullback. We've now been in this secondary trend for 230 days. Every move to the upside that move to the upside, higher momentum took about 200 days, 230, 112. You can kind of look at the behavior of this and see that it's kind of like getting weaker and weaker in a sense. Yeah, I think it's time to perhaps start looking at shorts on USD/JPY. Looking at the weekly right here, and we got 2 consecutive weekly bearish candles right here. That's the overall bigger time frame trend right here. If I'm quiet, that means I'm just thinking, you know. So sometimes, for me, it's easier to actually when I talk through my thoughts when I'm thinking about a setup, I sometimes kind of I'm confusing myself, you know. I'm watching the screen here and I'm looking at a setup, and I kind of need sometimes I kind of need peace and quiet for the ideas to come to me. And that's what it is. It's a creative process where you're just looking at a screen like I'm doing right now. Like what I like to do is just look at price action without any indicators. Just look at price action and try to like what is the market not trying to tell me, but what is the market actually telling me? Because the market is not trying to do anything. The market is just doing whatever it's supposed to be doing, right? And you can kind of you have to kind of like understand how it communicates and what it's communicating to you, and it's going to be different from different market. You're going to have the JPY pairs moving aggressively in one way, and then you're going to have your USD moving in one way, and you kind of have to understand what it's trying to communicate. And it's all the market speaks in the language of supply and demand, and we see supply and demand in price action. You can see, for example, we have these lows right here. There's a lot of demand down here for different reasons. We have to go and look at the historical fundamental implications for USD/JPY and why it started moving down here. But ultimately, what it comes down to is the market is speaking in a language called supply and demand. That's how all freely traded markets are created, from the underlying idea of supply and demand. And we're reaching a point where the market usually reverses, which means supply is dominating. There's less demand, there's more supply. And when someone, if you're going to buy a new car and everyone wants to buy that car, there's only one car, then obviously price goes up because there's a lot of demand for that car, but there's less supply. And then of course, if you're going to go buy a car and there's just too many cars and the dealership just can't get rid of them, it's going to be cheaper because there's going to be less demand and more supply. And this is what we're watching right here. What is the relationship between supply and demand in USD JPY? It fluctuates, right? It fluctuates, just like when you're going to buy a new car and the dealership is seeing, or the manufacturer, like we're going to take Volvo, of course, obviously, because Volvo is the best car brand in the world. So we're going to buy a new car. We're going to buy a Volvo. Like everyone should have a Volvo, right? So we go to the dealership and it's like, I want the Volvo. And they're like, we don't have a Volvo. They stopped manufacturing Volvo. And then everyone's like, I want a Volvo as well. And then the dealership calls up the manufacturer, says like, hey, Volvo, we need you to produce more cars. So Volvo starts producing a lot of cars. And then people buy cars and they keep producing cars, and then the interest for the cars go down, but they keep producing the cars. So now all of a sudden we have a higher supply of cars, but no one's interested, so we got low demand, and it fluctuates like that. That's the beautiful thing of a openly, freely traded capitalistic market, is that all you really need is that force of supply and demand, and you can have a self-regulating market. So this is what we're seeing right now, right here. If this was the chart of Volvo, this means that here, demand for Volvo cars is higher than the supply. So demand weakens, and now all of a sudden you got more Volvo cars than you got people buying Volvo cars. So the demand weakens, and now supply is overtaking, and then all of the cars have been bought up, and you repeat the cycle. And the same thing happens in all markets, right? So we have to view the markets from that lens, and it seems like it's all. And from that, we can assume that once the market starts to show us the signs that supply is now demanding, I mean, supply is dominating the market, then we want to go short because we want to ride that trend. We want to ride the waves. We want to ride the waves of supply and demand. And what does that look like? Well, it looks like downtrends and uptrends. So we're right now seeing a lower high on USD JPY. And if you think there's a chance of USD JPY reaching a temporarily equilibrium of supply and demand, which happens before one overtakes the other, then this might be a good area to short. I actually think this is a wonderful area to short. So if supply starts dominating here, when can we expect demand to get back and stop downfall of Volvo? I think we have a pretty interesting area right here. Which I believe is an area where historically there's been reactions from price, and there's been a fundamental shift in the dynamic of this market. So we're going to be adding back the range, and I'm going to be a little bit more creative with this range. I'm going to be trying to incorporate more price action than what I usually do, perhaps, but I want to incorporate that high in the middle. And then we're going to switch to the range template. And I think this is the range. There's this thing in cycle theory where you speak about translation. And when a market, and I don't know the exact details of this, but I believe it's when a market has a right translation or left, I think it's going to top a little bit earlier than usual, and it's going to bottom a little bit earlier or later than usual. And I think we're watching a potential here of the USD JPY cycle perhaps topping out a little bit earlier than usual. Okay, so this is the framework we are trading within right now for USD JPY. We've hit that short reload zone absolutely beautifully right here. So if I had to just short this right now, let's just enter at market right now. Where would the trade have to be? So the stop loss up here. What's the stop loss in pips? So 142. And then I would simply just probably TP on that high. Yeah, I like that. So from current prices, a trade like this would be a 3.4 hour trade. Actually a good trade. Good risk to reward, good entry. I would have wished, of course, that I could have entered in here, but it is what it is. Still think the risk to reward is very good. How long does it take for this trade to play out? We have to look at last times we hit this level, and this is a deviation, I believe. That move was caused by something massive. I don't think we're going to get that now. We have to look at this move right here. How long did it take for price to move from here to here? Took about, let's say, okay, let's say a month, 30 days. Can I hold this for a month? Yeah. But risk 1%, which I'm doing on my personal account, I'll make 3.4% on just this trade in 1 month, which is definitely doable. Okay, so that's the trade on USD JPY. I now have a possible trade on USD JPY, which means I'm going to move that up to the second list. The first list is the trades I have open. The second list is the trades that I'm looking to potentially take. Okay, Euro GBP. I like this. It's going to be a trade probably, maybe tomorrow. I'm going to wait for this daily candle to close. We got Euro CAD. I've talked about a short on Euro CAD yesterday, but I also said that we could potentially come up much higher before having a rejection. Still of interest, but it's something that I'm monitoring instead of just entering right now. Euro NCD, watching for potential head and shoulders right here. Very obvious trade. I'm probably maybe going to be adding a trade up here. That's a 5-hour trade down. How long would I have to hold that? Probably take this move. Take that move right here. And then we'll double that 2 times. That's the angle of the move. We can also expect that we're probably going to get a retrace, but it's going to keep the same angle. But if we just add a line here to represent some type of consolidation period within that move. Okay, we can probably expect to hold this for anywhere between 20 and 40 days if it plays out. Okay, so that's Euro NCD. Going down to CAD CHF. CAD CHF is retesting a very important level right now, and this is sort of a make or break it moment for CAD CHF. I think it's gonna break through to the downside, but I will add an alert here. I'm also going to be adding an alert above today's daily candle. Because if we move down and then up above today's daily candle, it shows us that there's great strength in this market, and we might actually see that reversal of this downtrend, which I don't think is going to happen, but if it does happen, I want to be in. GBP CAD, interesting level, but not interesting for a trade. Okay, let's go through the questions here. Yes, we have to. Where are the others? Well, LJ is busy working on a project in the background, and Anastasia is on holiday, and she will be back soon. You'll have to bear with me. Let me just open up the live stream here. Because I can see the details of the live stream on the platform, so I have to just go in and check that everything is as it should be. Right, all good. Right. Okay. So we have a question here, Jonatan. If gold can hold above 4,225, do you think price can still go up further? Let's take a look at that. 4,225. Let's add a level here. 4,225. Yeah. I do think that would be the case. I mean, the trade that I'm looking at is this one. So this is the trade I'm in, and I'm looking to target the area right below 4,500. And I believe that if we do break above this range, then we're going to have a good reason to see more upside from gold. That's what I'm currently watching right now, currently in this gold trade. And if we break above this range, then I'm going to be treating this range as a higher swing low. And I'm going to be moving my stops to entry and quite possibly also adding to the trade. So I remove the risk, and whatever risk I remove, I add back to the trade, because I do think that if gold really does recover that level, I think it's going to be highly likely that we're going to move higher. We have a question on Euro USD, GBP USD. Let's take a look at that. Euro USD looks obviously very strong here. So looking at Euro USD here on the 4-hour, just kind of, isolated, looking at price action here, we can clearly see that we've broken above an important level here. I think that's quite obvious for everyone watching. At least it should be. And it also looks like we came down and we sort of had a retest of the area, kind of front ran this level, right? And we're now continuing to push to the upside. But we're still within the overall range. So let me go to another chart here where I have more drawing tools. So this is still what I'm watching. I'm still watching Euro USD from this perspective. So unless we get another, a stronger push to the upside, I'm viewing this as resistance for Euro USD. Yes, buying that breakout or buying this push to the upside, we see a beautiful double bottom and a break and retest of the neckline of the double bottom, or sort of at least. And it's a very good price action structure. It tells us that the market is probably ready to put in the bottom here, as it did, but we're pushing straight into resistance right here. So I'd be a little bit careful within this area. Let's go to GBP USD, and after that, we're going to look at the dollar currency index as well. By the way, guys, make sure that you do hit that like. Do not forget to hit the like. And GBP USD looks similar to Euro USD. I think I want to add Euro USD here just to get a comparison. Can change the color. Just make it white. To try to fit price here, you see that it's been so we're watching Euro USD right here, and you can see that the correlation between Euro GBP and Euro USD was almost perfect right here, okay? And the correlation, I guess, didn't break. I mean, we still see the same price structure and the same moves, but it's very clear that Euro USD is, in a sense, stronger because that W on Euro USD was much bigger and covered a bigger area, and price managed to reclaim a significant support zone on Euro USD. And GBP USD is still in this, like, still feels like a local downtrend. So I'm seeing relative weakness here from GBP USD. That in combination with the fact that Euro USD is at resistance, I think it's definitely warranted to be a little bit careful here on GBP USD as well. Feels like it's not pushing up with the same energy that Euro GBP has, and it's still down on the day. While Euro USD has recovered the daily open, GBP USD is still trading below the daily open. Right, so that's Euro USD and GBP USD. Now let's take a look at the dollar currency index. And please, guys, remember to hit that like. I know I keep asking you about that, hitting that like, but it's a small gesture from you, and it means the world to us here at the 5ers. And we got some big changes coming up for 2026. So if you guys show that you're liking what we're doing right here, we're going to give you more of what we have right here, much, much more. It's going to be a really, really cool show going into next year. If what I want to do with this show is possible, then it's going to be amazing, amazing. All right, so let's go down to my list here where I have all the currency baskets. And we're going to look at, so first of all, the only basket that is down on the day is the dollar currency index. We're going to go to the dollar currency index right here. I actually have a high time frame chart of the dollar currency index here. Someone is asking for UJ buys, Euro USD buys. I just explained a while ago why I think it's time to sell Euro USD for a bigger move to downside. The dollar currency index high time frame chart looks like this. I think long term, I still think that we are watching a potential long term bottom here for the dollar. This is the channel that we've been trading in for the last 15 years. But then if we zoom out even more, we see this channel. So if we view this from the perspective of the Dow theory, where we have this, like this being the primary trend, then maybe this is the secondary trend, and we're reaching the top of the secondary trend, and this is the top, and we're gonna go down here. I'm not sure about that. I'm still watching the but it's I think I mean, you're right that it probably feels a little bit confusing, you know. I think one important thing is that confusion you're feeling is actually a pretty good signal. Because if you're confused about the market direction, then for you there's nothing to trade. So a lot of people, when we're in the market, we get this feeling of frustration and confusion when we don't really know what to do. And that's a perfect signal, because that tells you that you're not supposed to be trading that day or during that time. It's really important as traders that we have, you know, a good connection with our emotional life, right? Where we understand which signals should we be trading on, and which emotional signals should we, especially if you're trading discretionary, right? You're seeing a setup and you're getting this feeling of frustration and confusion. Then that's a signal. That's sort of like your edge telling you that, okay, this is great. This is, thank you for giving me that emotion. The market has you that it's not your day. This is not your day to trade. So I think that's super important, actually, and that's sort of like what I'm feeling with Euro USD right now. It's when I'm looking at Euro USD, I'm a little bit, you know, I'm not really sure what I'm watching here. Am I watching a breakout of support, or am I watching a range? And, you know, adding this as the range, and, you know, we're testing range EQ, or are we reclaiming range EQ? Are we going to see a full range resolution? Are we going to come up and test that 1.18 level? And then to this we add the dollar currency index, which is pretty much the same chart. But you know what? Let's just add the dollar currency index here. Now, I think the best way to analyze the relationship between dollar currency index. Let's see if can I change this to a candles? Yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to show you something. We're going to go to the dollar currency index chart. We're going to be adding the dollar currency index chart as a line chart. We want that to be that size. And then to this, we're going to be inverting this chart. So we're going to be holding down Alt, and then we're going to be pressing I. So this is now inverting the dollar currency index chart. And what we're going to do now is we're going to be adding is Euro USD. And we're going to go into the settings of that, and we're going to be switching from line chart to candles. These are the Euro USD candles, and I cannot watch green, and red. So I have to switch this. I believe that it's supposed to be blue and gray. Not sure if this is exactly the right colors, but like this. Much better. So now what we have here is EUR/USD with the dollar currency index overlaid inverted. And you can now see the relationship between the two. And then what I like to do is I like to adjust the dollar currency index to fit the current price structure of EUR/USD perfectly, which is a bit difficult, but you can kind of get it right here. How I uninvert is you press Alt-I again. So it's still, so I tried to do this. I tried to get some clarity, but it's I'm not getting a lot of clarity. Not getting a lot of clarity. So let's just go back to your USD. That's right. We have Remy in the comment section saying, "Let's get those likes up to 100." Yes, let's get the likes up to 100 before for next session. So we got one hour to get the likes to 100. I think we can all do that. We got 50 more likes to get it to 100. So make sure that you do click that like and make sure to get the numbers up to 100. While we wait for Richard and Will. Richard and Will. I think it's gonna be two Richards today in today's live stream. We have a question about the JPY 10-year yields. I don't really like. That's one part of my, like, as my journey into understanding more about macro and fundamentals. The yields, the bond yields and all of that is something that I'm still trying to figure out the market and how we can use that information to get a better understanding of the market. So this is still pretty new on that. But what I like to do sometimes is to look at like the US 10-year. So you can create a synthetic chart within TradingView. So we can create US 10-year, which is this one, right? The US 10-year. Let me try that again. US 10-year. I'm trying to understand how. And then we want to take US 10-year plus JP10Y. What happens now? Right, here we go. So this is now the yield spread between the US 10-year and the so this is what you put into TradingView, right? And now you've created a synthetic chart where you combined the two. I also have in the watch list here, I have a yield spread section with the US 10-year versus Japanese 10-year. And basically what we have here, we go to the weekly. And now to this, you should be able to add US JPY. This should be correlated, right? You go to the weekly. Actually, you know what? We're going to do it the other way around. We're going to go to USD JPY. And then on this, we're going to be adding Going to be adding the US 10-year on this, of course. So I can go into USD JPY, and then I can right click the yield spread, and I can select add USD 10-year to compare. And I get it here, and then I right click that one, and I have to go to pin to scale, and I then select pin to new left scale. There we go. So this is now the USD JPY chart, and I'm gonna go in and we're gonna change the color of the line chart. So the white line is the yield spread between the US 10-year and the Japanese 10-year. And as you can see, they have been overall correlated, right? And the way I like to look at correlation when it comes to price action is to identify the highs and the lows, not look at like match the moves perfectly, but just try to figure out, are the general highs and lows happening at roughly the same time? So do they have a similar market structure basically? And we can see here that I think it's quite obvious that from this point here to this point here, it was almost perfectly correlated. And even here you see the lows here had created around the same time. We got that high, this high. We got the lows created equally around the same time. We got that high and that low. We got that low here and that low here. But look at what happened now. This is a very obvious divergence between the US 10-year and the Japanese 10-year yield spread versus the US USD JPY. And they have to kind of catch up eventually, right? Well, they don't have to, but usually they do catch up eventually. And we can try to see if we have other scenarios where this has happened. Where we had a massive deviation. I think here we've had a massive deviation, unless we try to adjust price. I still think we have somewhat of a deviation here. And what picked up here was actually the yield spread. So there's nothing saying that USD JPY has to go down because of this, but eventually they're going to be starting to correlate once again. And this deviation is quite extreme. And you're watching this and you're thinking, well, USD JPY is at resistance. So does it make more sense for USD JPY to move down and connect with the yield spread, or does it make more sense for the yield spread to connect with price? And in this instance here, I do think that the path of least resistance for USD JPY is to the downside, which is why I am looking at that setup that we covered earlier in the stream, which is basically a short down to the high time frame range EQ. Right, we got some, let's see if we have more questions here. I agree with you, dollar macro bullish point of view, as according to the commitment of traders, reports for smart money is already positioned bullish and accumulating around this macro technical support. I wouldn't agree with that. I don't think people are accumulating dollar at all. I haven't seen any signs of accumulation of the dollar. I think it's kind of like the other way around. People are fleeing the dollar. But I don't know. I haven't looked at the commitment of traders report actually. Michael says on the weekly for dollar cost, the dollar currency index, the 100 zone has been a key support since the beginning of 2023. It has been broken now and being retested nicely. Interesting. Let's take a look at that. I like when we're getting new. Yeah, this is clearly a retest. So from a support and resistance point of view, yeah, this is a wonderful break and retest to from the downside, yeah. But then you can also, no, but I agree with you. This looks overly bearish on the intermediate time frame. But then if you zoom out and look at it long time frame, it's at support. But it's also at the high of that channel. So we're at a point where a big move is likely to happen. In the next few months, a new trend might be starting, but I'm not sure it has started just yet. So we need to wait and see. And I gotta be drinking my coffee quicker. It's getting cold. Got a question from Infinity. What were the key reasons behind yesterday's market movement, and which major events of data points had the biggest impact on price action? It was definitely FOMC. It was definitely the Fed interest rate decision and the economic projections from the Fed. And as you know, we did sort of a quick little report on that, which is research on that, which is done. And I will ask for a summary on that, and I will go through and see if we can find anything interesting from that. Cambam, Cambam, I think that's Camille, says if your coffee is cold, put it in the oven. Yeah. I should get one of those USB cup heaters. Or maybe just stop drinking coffee all the time. I could drink way too much coffee. So we have a comment on the commitment of traders report here. It says that smart money is the commercials, hedgers, not the crowd. They hedge to protect their business and often anticipate major market tops and bottoms. Yeah, but why are they hedging? You know what I mean? Like why? Yeah, whatever. I honestly, I don't have too much knowledge on the commitment of traders report, so I can't really go into detail on that. But one thing there's a few things that are misleading in the commitment of traders report. I did do some research on that and try to look at how we could use that in your trading. I can't remember the conclusions I came to, but there were basically, like, when it comes to obviously the commercials, when it comes to USD, I think it's a little bit misleading because we don't really know why they are hedging. But when it comes to commodities, I mean, the commitment traders report I think is best for commodities, because if we see that in the futures market, producers within, let's say, the gold industry is hedging against downside on gold. I mean, they're basically insiders. They know the fundamentals of the industry quite well. So in that aspect, I think it's pretty interesting to follow. But when it comes to gold, I think it's very, I mean, dollar, I think it's difficult to know why and how they're hedging using dollar. There's so much more than just the positions that you need to know to make decisions based on that. But again, I'm not an expert at commit the traders report, so I'm not sure exactly how to use it. We got a question. Sir, Euro USD will become downtrend. I don't know. Nobody knows. That's just a simple, boring answer. But if we look at it from this point of view, then I'm looking at the current structure as a potential distribution range. Yeah, Camille, we got Anastasia is on vacation and LJ is busy working on a few other projects. So it's only me here today. Only me here today. Duba Core FX says yes if it makes a quasi on 15 minutes. I mean, I think Euro USD is strong. I mean, if you look at Euro USD from the daily perspective here, we're watching a strong market. Like, remember to stand up. I'm gonna mute my mic because it sounds like a jet engine. Yeah, doing these live streams alone, it's a bit boring, actually. I'd like to have some company. If anyone watching this, feel free to jump on. Okay, so right, so here's a little report from the news. So yesterday, the Fed did deliver the rate cut. As expected, bringing the rates lower. Powell ruled out any rate hikes. Powell ruled out, yeah, that's right. So Powell actually did say he don't think it's going to be any rate hikes, which we kind of know. So Powell ruled out any rate hikes, and the Fed began what CNBC described as stealth easing. Markets rallied on the news. The focus was on updated projections heading into 2026. So looking at the summary of the 2026 outlook context, the projections I mentioned 3.4% Fed fund rates target, 2.1% PCE inflation, 4.3% unemployment rates for 2026 came from. No, that is not right. Those numbers makes no sense. This is not right. AI sucks. Makes no sense. He gave me the numbers for last year. Spent 10 minutes doing research and it's like, oh, for 2024, these are the numbers. Like, well, who cares about 2024? It's 2025 now. Incredible. Take a look at Bitcoin. Wow, okay, Bitcoin's not looking good. Not looking great. $30 degrees in Australia. Nice. Nice. Wow, that's warm. That is warm. That's as hot as it gets in Sweden. It gets like maybe a couple of times a year in the summer. We get that. I'm sure you get it more often than us. Man, I miss summer. Look at that. We're looking at the European indices. Swedish. Wow, really? Look at that. This is the Swedish index. Why am I not trading my own country more? It's really, it's wow, it's strong. Broke into new all-time highs in December. Look at the French, the French one. This is the French, the F40. It's not even loading. Look at that. It's not even loading. Oh, look at that. This is terrible. We're gonna look at the weekly. Yeah, French people, you suck at finance. Let's look at the European stocks. Pretty good, pretty good. We got the German one, pretty good. Swedish one, obviously outperforming quite heavily. UK, not too bad, not too bad. This is a strong market right here. Let's look at China. What's China doing? What are you doing, China? Yeah, this is weird. Japan, wow, doing good. Australian index is not too bad, but has a pretty severe dip right now. But I think this is a dip to be buying. Interesting. Okay, what is gold doing? Gold ranging within an overall uptrend right here, hoping that we're going to break the range heights right here so that we can get a push to the upside. Silver continuing its rally to the upside. Yesterday's candle closed at an all-time high once again. Insane. Yeah. Magnus says he's buying is it funds, like mutual funds with Swedish companies? Yeah, it's that, you know, being in Sweden myself, looking at all the influencers and everything, they're posting quite good results with their portfolios with Swedish companies doing very well. Unfortunately, I am not in a single Swedish company. I'm all in the US market. So I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna see. I'm just gonna log in and see what my actual portfolio is doing. I'm a little bit worried that it's not looking great. Now I'm not even in SOB. I should be though, but I think I had the feeling that it's too late. It's probably not. Yeah, no, the portfolio's not doing great actually. The portfolio is definitely underperforming the market. Well, not definitely, but it's outperforming the market, and it's outperforming the market by like 2%, which sucks. And the portfolio is 10% cash, 60% S&P 500, 30% gold. That cash would have been in Bitcoin if it wasn't in a downtrend. Right, okay, so let's move on here. Let's move on. Of course, we have to look at orange juice. Everyone's favorite, orange juice. Yeah, I miss sub. It's crazy. Trading views not loading today. Look at orange juice. This is absolutely insane. I kind of wish I shorted that. So this is orange juice futures, and I think it's really cool. Just give me a second. Oh, give me give me a second. I'm just gonna open up the door because someone's trying to get in, but the door's locked. Just give me a second. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. All right. All right, all right, all right. Where do we have the stream? It's going to be opening up here on. All right, you guys can hear me? Perfect. All good. No voice. Yeah, but you can hear me now, I think. You should be able to hear me now. Okay, look at orange juice. This is crazy. So from January 2020 up to that high, 500%. Like this seems like bubble, you know, like it used to bubble in orange juice. This orange juice, the futures of concentrated orange juice, almost 500% move to the upside. It's absolutely crazy. And then from that top, we are now down 75%. Insane. What a move. What an insane move. All right, guys, we got more people coming in here, so make sure that you do hit that like while you are. Hit the like and subscribe if you have not done so already. Let's try to get that like number up to 100. The goal is to get that like number up to 100 in about 30 minutes. So we have 80, 90, 100. We got 30 likes left. So only 30 likes left to get to that 100 number. So make sure that we can get that number up. Okay, so looking at the daily on Euro GDP, not GDP, GBP. Okay, so we got 4 hour, we got that breakout. Looks like a typical fake out. Structure still looks pretty good. If we look at the 1 hour here, you might be able to find some type of support in this area and push higher again. What's up, Steven? Welcome to the show. We got someone asking for the NAS 100. Take a look at NAS 100 as well. See if we can find something interesting. Um, yes, I do feel like we have a potential top here. Someone's saying it's clearly a buy, so you sell anyways. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of times that's, if you're not profitable, just try reversing all your trades. If I'm looking at NASDAQ here, I just have a feeling that I would just like to short this, because we had that strong move to the downside yesterday based on so first initial move to the upside was based on the Fed interest rate decision, came out as expected, and then obviously we had a press conference, and press conference pushed price lower, and we're now testing, sort of the midpoint area of that push, to the downside, starts recovering. So my initial reaction to this would be to look for potential shorts. I don't know what you guys think, but press conference did not push price lower. Someone says so. The interest rate decision was no. That's right. That's right. Actually, the interest rate decision was at 20, which is right here, and then press conference at 8:30. No, so press conference actually pushed price higher, but I'm assuming that this is the market digesting that, right? This would be the market digesting whatever happened. Yeah, it's I mean, we're still kinda in range of sorts, but I do feel like we're testing a resistance area here, and if we look at the trend, as we can add this curve tool here in TradingView, and if we look at trend in this perspective, I mean, it's not giving me the, bullish structure here, right? So just by connecting all the lows here, that's a bad drawing. But if we connect the lows just like this, and then you'll see how obviously it's starting to slope. We can connect the highs as well. Just create this channel, and you see that it's starting to slope to the downside, and that in combination with this current daily candle, the fact that we could not get above this resistance area yesterday with the FOMC and everything, the feeling I have. We got LJ in the background, but I think we got some technical difficulties again with the software we're using here. So not sure how everything's working. But I think I would be probably be looking at a potential short right here on Nasdaq if I had to take a trade. You can definitely take it in the, look at NASDAQ in the relationship of the S&P 500 because they are obviously very correlated to each other. And the S&P 500 is not giving me the same bearish ideas that I see on NASDAQ. But I think one of the reasons that NASDAQ is weaker is because it's because obviously NASDAQ is tech heavy, a lot of AI companies. Sorry, I'm just getting a few messages here. So we're having some issues with the software here, so I'm going to see if so I'm asking for some people to come on the live stream here so we can check the software that we're using because we do experience some technical difficulties, like I said. So we're going to see if we can solve this. Question, Jonathan, what do you think about news events and technical trends relation? How often do you aware of news events, and if any positions are open, how do you manage and analyze? So I'm a swing trader and I'm trading with fairly big stop losses, so I'm not really affected much on the spikes in volatility around news events. We can look at, for example, on my current setups that I have on gold, for example. This is this is the trade I took on gold, and the initial stop loss is very wide. It's wider than most of the daily candles here, so I'm not going to get stopped out on news volatility. If you look at AUD NCD, this is smaller stop loss, but looking at price structure, it's still quite wide. I mean, it's a 73 pip stop loss. And if we look at some of the candles that AUD NCD has printed in the past, very few of them are higher than that, even in news events. So I'm rather safe from that when it comes to swing trading. What I do, I don't really take the predicted what I think the news event is going to be and what it actually is. I don't really take that into consideration when I'm trading. I'm trading strictly from a technical point of view, but I have a big interest in the macro and the fundamentals. So when it comes to my trading, strictly technical, but the what I'm starting to do is the fundamentals and the macro might give me an idea of where to look at, like what are the trends. So for example, when it comes to my long-term investing, I'm obviously very interested in the macro, and but I still have not found a profitable way of integrating the fundamental analysis into my trading. I've still seen that the technical way of trading is still the thing that's the right approach for me. Okay, we got another question. How do you deal with news that are not streamed live, e.g., like the recent SMB conference? One does not know the end of it. Tried searching it on YouTube and financial. Um, so the way I monitor the news is I have financial news always open to the left, and then I read Bloomberg. That's about it. And then when I'm not streaming live, I'm looking at either our live stream or Bloomberg live, basically. Is what I'm watching, and get all the information from there. All right, we got another question here saying, how do you manage your trades in profit? I only do one thing with my open positions, and that is I move my stop loss on the position up with every new swing, every new swing point on a daily. So on the, we can take gold as an example. So if gold breaks out here and establish this level as support on a daily and then continues higher, or just a breakout, like a daily open and close above this area, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to view this range as a higher swing low, and I'm then going to move my stops to entry. Right now my stops are here because once we had that breakout and we established this range, I moved my stop below this low, or like below that low instead of down here. And then if price is going to, all right, LJ.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm kind of here.
I know.
I at least got it. I can hear you now. So
Nice.
I don't know. I can't see comments. I can't see anything. Stuff's not working.
Yeah, I can't see the comments either. It's seems to be a bug. So I'm on. I'm reading the comments on the YouTube. On the YouTube platform. Let's see how many likes we have now. We're trying to get up to 100 likes. We're at 75 right now, so make sure that you hit that like so we can get the numbers up. LJ, are you okay with me just taking a 5-minute break and I'll be back in a bit?
Yeah,
are you able to share your screen?
Yeah, I think I can. Yeah.
Let's try that. Let's see if we can find your screen. It's supposed to be that one. Let me just check that everything is working and that it's actually changing on YouTube as well. Yeah, okay. I'll be back soon, okay?
Alrighty, man. Alright, see you soon. How we doing, guys? How we going? Happy Thursday. Apologies for my absence. Had more health, whatever stuff going on. I don't know if you can tell by looking at me. You can see my eyes are all puffy and I'm all swollen and everything around here. So apologies for that. But we are here now. So hope you guys been well. Hope Fed Day went well for everyone as well. Pretty by the by. We got exactly what sort of talked about and looking for. Just the rate cut, not much forward expectation till next time. Pretty neutral stance. And we did get that opening up of liquidity that I've been talking about for a while that the Fed would need to do. Now, the size of it was definitely a bit more and came a bit sooner. And, they've tried to play it off as, it's like a technical thing, which there are reasons for that. But there also seems to be a bit more behind it too. But I'm sure I'll talk about that with Jonathan when he comes back. So what are we looking at? I've got the chat over here to the other side, so I'll have to keep turning to it so you guys know. But euro dollar, we can have a look at euro dollar for sure. So euro dollar on the next rip higher. We've just now even broken the earlier highs from today at that 117.07 during Asia. So I think next levels for me are basically this box up here. So the area I had for end of year expectation is up in this range. So we're pretty firmly on track for that now. So up into the 117.30 up towards about 117.70 kind of area. So I'm looking for about this 117.30 level just here to be our top. There's an interim sort of soft point about 117.20. As it looks right now, though, we should get to that 117.30 level. And that basically goes back to one of the old highs right back through here. This is back in October. So that'll be the first point of call to challenge that and then see if we can actually, one, reach the level itself, or if we fall off just below that, or subsequently punch right through and go to some of those next interim highs. But yeah, so this is the standard div channel. So we pretty much traded to the 2 standard divs after the FOMC, punched outside of that a little bit, pulled back in to 1 standard div, rode it back up to the top. Through Asia, we've come down, traced into a good level to buy up from, and now we're approaching that mid area once again. There you go. Jokes apart, nice to see you, LJ. Good to see you. You're the backbone of the 5ers. Oh, thanks, Infinity. I appreciate that, mate. Yeah, it'll be good when I can get some of this stuff resolved. Hopefully, I'll probably be back to hospital again tomorrow. So, but yeah, if I can get better soon, that would be nice. So, trucking along for now. But yeah, going all right, Raf. Going all right. I'm back in some form. Apologies, I was saying earlier for my absence. Had more health stuff, that sort of thing, in and out of hospital this week, and then I'll be back there tomorrow, like I was just saying. So yeah, it's just been one of those times. But, so we got Rich in the background as well. You can jump in whenever you want, Rich. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
How
you doing?
Chat though, mate. I'm good, and you, mate? I heard that you're a bit sick.
Yeah, not too well. I feel like you can see looking at me, like all puffy through here, and like this is all swollen as well. Yeah, it's just my whole face is all a bit dead. Like you can see, like this is just all the lymph nodes through there are just like, yeah, it's very uncomfortable.
So, you don't have anything that's gonna like kill you, do you?
Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Hopefully not, mate. Hopefully, we do like you, so we would like for you to survive.
Oh, mate, Look, I'll try not to die.
That sounds horrible. We want you to survive, and makes it sound like you have the worst disease on earth. No, dude, I hope you get better soon. That's what I want to say.
Yeah. No. I'll trek on. Should be alright. Yeah, it's just dude, confusing. It's yeah, it's complicated. So yeah, we'll see.
It's a bit complicated. I'm a bit sick. Yeah. I'm a bit sick. Can you see chat, dude? I can't see chat. I don't know what's going on.
No, I can't see chat. There's some kind of problem with the platform. I couldn't hear Jonatan before either when I came in. So yeah, I don't know. Something's going on. I'm just reading chat off the YouTube now. So
I might need to do that then.
Yeah. That's why I keep turning my head to look at it.
Over here.
So yeah, right.
Oh yeah.
Not well, mate. Did you put on weight? No. Like I was saying, I haven't put on weight. I've got all this bloating and swelling sort of through here. So yeah.
Bro's just sickly. That's all. Just a bit poorly.
I bet I was an Australian spider.
Oh, mate, like that would suck. That would suck. Like, you're not afraid of spiders, are you?
No.
Oh, okay. Dude, it would suck.
Not afraid of them. Like I'm wary of the ones that can kill you for that fact.
So you're cautious of them. Okay.
Yeah. So
yeah, myself, it would be a two-way horrible thing for me. It would be I got touched by a spider, which would make me go absolutely insane, and on top of that, I get bitten by one. This is like my worst fear. It came true. This is like, no. Hello, Jonatan.
What's up, Richard?
What's up, Jonatan?
Hey. So, Euro GBP looking very strong today. Very, very strong. It had a low time frame fake out earlier today, and now it shot straight up again.
Euro pound, did you say?
Yeah, I'm gonna switch to what I'm watching. It's gonna show you. I've been watching this setup here for some time now, and
it's nice.
It's got that low time frame breakout here on the 4 hour, and then we saw a fake out here today, and then it recovered. So a lot of momentum here. I think this might be a good trade here for today, like an intraday, both perhaps a longer term swing trade, but also an intraday play. So I'm actually going to be entering this, start looking for entries on this move, because I like what I'm seeing. It looks like there's strong momentum here.
I do
quite like that.
Just flat, mate.
I'm gonna switch back to you, Richard, because I'm gonna log into my broker and everything here.
Screen yet? My apologies.
Oh, you don't even have the screen up.
Go back to mine.
Right. Okay. Sorry. I thought it was your screen we had up. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine.
I was still talking with LJ, and I was like, don't worry, I've got time. His screen is up. My screen is up now. Can bring mine up. Sorry. I'm not prepared today, Clayton. I'm not prepared.
I do quite like this. So
Yeah, it's interesting.
that, and then 1, 2. Break up through there.
Yep.
I think that's quite good. It's quite nice, like that.
I'm just trying to figure out if I should. Oh shit! It's moving quickly. I definitely missed this one. I definitely missed this one.
Is it
But I think
EJ or EG?
EG. I think there's still time though.
You have 15 pips to the next sort of milestone point.
Yeah.
About 45 to that first level.
You know what? I'm just gonna enter a trade here. There's
80
might
top side.
be a little bit FOMO here, but I feel like this is.
Where are you aiming?
Whatever we're gonna get. I don't know. I just want to enter here. I see it's a good. I don't try to think too much about the profit target. I just, if I see good entry and a good stop loss, I just get in, and then of course I look at the take profit. I'm thinking I could get a 2R out of this one. Create limit order.
Yeah, Raph, what is this? You're on a crazy challenge on funded accounts. What's this? What is this? What is this challenge that you've got going on?
Someone in the
chat.
Yeah, I was talking to Raph before. But yeah, do you mean like because I assume you don't mean like a challenge account. Like I assume you've got either set some sort of parameters or a goal for yourself, or you're trying to overcome drawdown or something, or I don't know, or even a big milestone. I don't know, withdrawal or something.
An attempt at something. Challenge the self.
All right, so I entered the long on EG here. Buying that breakout. I'm a little bit too late. What's up, Will?
What's good, guys? Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties at the moment. So if I end up going, like my screen goes black or something, let me know. My webcam, the new one that I'm using, has just decided to like flatline on me. So trying to sort that out. So I'm back onto my old one. But yeah, really weird. I don't know what's going on today.
Yeah, a lot of technical difficulties again.
Yeah, weird.
Yeah, but we get 9 people watching on Twitter.
So again.
Yeah, what's up? Oh, okay, how many likes do we have now? We wanted to have 100. We got 10 minutes. Okay, we have 86 guys. We need 14 likes in the next 10 minutes. Okay, guys, so let's hit that like 14 likes in the next 10 minutes. I think we can probably do that.
We have 150 people watching, so
Yep.
can't we just have 150 likes? Come out.
Yeah, come on, guys.
Yeah.
That is
Should
How's
have,
that
right?
like?
some
Please.
logical theory.
Let's go. Euro GBP pushing up nicely. I think Euro GBP is definitely going to be a mover, intraday mover. I'm thinking intraday probably gonna hit sometime today. Probably gonna get hit 0.80, 87.80. So I think we're in for a move on that one today. For an intraday trade, could easily make 20, 30 pips, risking 15. It's pretty good risk to reward, even on an intraday basis, I believe.
Yeah, I think it looks good. I like the trade.
Yeah.
I mean, you're pretty clearly sort of breaking out now. So, and you got euro dollar further to the upside. Made that
Euro
break
dollar.
above the previous heads from Asia. So, looking somewhere about 117, 27 to 30 top side for that as well. So,
Just realized we don't have chat.
Yeah, we don't have the chat here. It looks like, again, we're getting some technical difficulties with the software we're using here in the back end. Yeah. So what I do is I go on YouTube. YouTube.com.
Yeah, just loaded it up now.
Right, okay, so we got 100 likes, and my job here is done, which means I can now go eat some chicken. So I will be back maybe later. Got a lot of stuff I need to work on today, so I'll see if I can get back later on the stream. And yeah, I'm gonna leave.
I'll leave it in. See you later.
Enjoy your later, guys.
Cheers, Jonatan.
Thank
you. Enjoy the chicken.
See you later, bro.
See you, mate.
Right, yo guys, what's good? Again, like I said, sorry, technical difficulty, so I don't actually know if I popped on screen or not while I was like fiddling about. So yeah, my screen just kept going black, and then it wouldn't decide what camera it wanted, and then my other camera just stopped working. So what's good, guys? Seeing Marina saying hello. Well, yo, what's good, Marina? Unfortunately, I can't bring your chat up on screen because, again, more technical difficulties. Which is interesting. DJ saying, William D is in the house. Hope you're well. No cap. Yes, my man. I'm all gravy, baby. How are you doing?
Everybody wants to go on holiday now. Even our streaming platform wants to be on holiday.
Even our streaming platforms, like, guys, can we like call it quits right now? Can we just go have Christmas?
Indeed.
Right.
Yeah. Oh,
okay, I was saying.
Okay. So you passed 10K phase one with your strategy. That's good. Nice. That's solid, bro. So I take it. Are you trading them all at once, like linked together? As if so, that's dude, that's mega.
Mega, mate.
Congrats, man. That's awesome. Hell yeah.
How's everyone been?
Good.
Been better.
Oh, that's
going through it.
Not quite the response most expect when that question is asked. Dude, what's up?
Just more health stuff this week.
Fair. Yeah.
Hospital tomorrow. Like I was saying before with chat, like you can see how like bloated and puffy and all this. Like my face is like all through here. It's all.
Don't give us that excuse, mate. If you're starting your Christmas eating early, that's completely okay, but just own it. Nah, dude. That's
already onto the.
Yeah, already on the turkey and stuff.
Christmas pudding, yeah.
No, dude. Quick recovery. I hope everything's all okay. I half expected you to be like, oh, I haven't slept, or I'm very tired, but dude, that's a fair reason to be better. So yeah, man, I hope everything's all good.
Yeah, he rocks up and like, I feel like crap, and it's just like, oh, it can't be that bad. Look at LJ, and you're like, okay, it's bad.
Yeah. Oh, damn. Like I rock up on stream sometimes. I'm like, oh, I feel a bit crap. Oh, are you okay? No, I'm fine. I just feel a bit crap. Look at LJ. Oh, I feel a bit crap. Dude, you look a bit crap.
LJ never complains.
Bro,
Like,
you
He never complains. Like he'll rock up and he'll be like, "Oh, guys, I'm feeling okay. Okay for LJ is like down in the dumps. It's like I feel horrible.
like, bro, you need to go to
Let us
bed.
know.
Yeah, well, I was only explaining because like everyone's been asking, and like, where's LJ, blah blah, and getting like DMs and stuff, and people going like, where you at? Are you all right? All that kind of stuff.
It's cute that many people
Trying
care.
to-
No, dude, that's a hella compliment. No.
Yeah, no, that's
If I disappeared, people would be like, "Thank for that."
But yeah, so
Rich would anyway. I know that for a fact.
What do you mean? I'll be the first one to message you in the morning and be like, "Mate, where are you?"
Yeah, to be fair, we joke, but he actually is. Like, if I've like had a really late night session and like I wake up a little bit later, or like I'm not in like the back end of the stream as early as I could be. I remember a couple of days ago, it was for the stream here, and I think I was making myself a coffee, but I forgot to make myself a coffee, and I was like, damn, I've only got like 5 minutes, and usually I show up like 5-10 minutes early. I was like, right, okay, I'm gonna make myself a quick coffee. Rich is there, like, Will, where are you? Are you okay? I'm like, bro, we've still got like 10-12 minutes. I was like, I'm just making a coffee. So in all fairness, yeah, Rich, you are pretty consistent that way.
I make sure you arrive on time for work, mate.
If I ever went missing, I wouldn't be like, go ask my girlfriend, go ask my mom and dad, go ask my brother. I'd be like, go speak to Rich. Like,
He
Rich,
knows.
Yeah, he will know whether or not it's okay for me to be that late or not.
yeah.
So,
Yes.
yeah.
So you should be thankful you have a person such as myself that cares about you enough.
Bro,
that
I am.
It
It
is
means
Will.
a lot, man. It means a lot. Not many people care that much about their pals, you know.
Yeah,
That's good.
you should be thankful that you have a friend such as myself.
Okay, we wouldn't go that far.
How much do you pay him, Will?
Yeah, exactly. My God.
As of right now, 0. So you know that I'm doing it out of the kindness of my heart. True friendship. There's no gain for me.
Yeah, there's just pure love and respect at this point. Richard, what you will advise for option the funding accounts, stage 2, stage 3, or stage 1, or instant? Thanks. So what?
One state or
Yeah,
instant?
what sort of account would you recommend? 1, 2, 3, or instant?
Well,
It's
there's
three,
probably
you know?
two
Oh,
sides to this, I would say. The one side being how, well, obviously, assuming that you are a profitable trader and whatnot, it's the time frame you want to spend in an evaluation. Personally, for me, a 3-stage evaluation is more difficult to pass, and the distance you have to travel to go from evaluation to funded to getting paid out is also longer. So for a 3-step like the bootcamp, you need to make 18% of profit before you actually get to the point where you start making money if you become profitable or if you become funded. Where with the high stakes, which is the 2-step or 2-stage program, there it's only 13%. So in that case, I would say go for the 2-step. The 1-step, or in this case, instant funding, is way more expensive than the equivalent high stakes account. So if you have the money and you're sure of yourself and you want to go for the quickest to funded, the 1-step is the best. Personally, I love the high stakes. I think the high stakes is the best midpoint out of all 3 of the accounts.
Yeah.
That's what I would say.
I think it's going to depend on your style as well. Because if you're trading more intraday or swing, depending on how much leverage you'll then want, right?
Yeah.
And how many trades you sort of take. Do you tend to take 1 or 2 at a time, 2 assets, divide them up equally, or other people want to split a bunch, like big multi-strat of like 5, 6, 7, 8 trades or pairs, but then all divide it up, right?
Yeah.
There
is some things there.
I quite like a 1-stage mind. I will be honest. I think a one stay. I wouldn't ever buy an instant pass. I just wouldn't do it. The fortune you'd pay is ridiculous. You may as well just pass it properly. But I can understand why some people would buy a one step. That I could understand. But again, I completely agree with Rich. You cannot beat the high stakes accounts. You can't beat standard phase 1, phase 2. Off you go. You're off to the races. Profitability, payouts, good payouts as well. Especially if you find a good prop firm, which guys, you're all watching. There's 167 of you watching right now, so that clearly means that you all have found a good prop firm. Yeah. So, you're in the right place. You found a good prop firm. Once you pass the accounts, there is nothing stopping you. Well, I mean, providing you listen to the rules and follow the rules. But there's absolutely nothing stopping you from getting paid out and creating a fantastic future for yourself in this industry. Because I think that's the hardest part. The hardest part is finding a good prop firm. And, anyone can pass an account with the right effort. With the right work, the right effort, anyone can pass an account. There's nothing worse than passing an account with a crap firm, and then you've got to go all over again and then try and find a good firm. And I think that's the hardest part of being a profitable funded trader, is finding a good firm.
Yo, Rich, what's up?
100%.
How we doing? I feel like I've just stepped right into the middle of something big. Bring me up to speed. What have I missed, guys?
You always walk into the mid conversation where
you beat me to it.
Going tirades or rants.
Literally beat me to it. I was going to say, Rich just drops in the middle of it. It's like a military exercise, just dropped into the middle of the ocean. That is literally what Rich does. He's like, right, okay, there's the conversation. Hop in, Calabunga, off I am. I'm going.
I don't know what's going on. What's going on? Please fill me in.
Pretty much. First of all, let me just create a quick bit of space, because before we go off on a massive tandem, LJ, do you need to shoot, mate?
Yeah, I probably will.
Okay.
It's still, I'm in pain.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why did you just say so? I'm going to get out.
No, well, I was trying to hang around and see if it's all good. But yeah, I feel like I'm just going to be...
I'll tell you what, we'll do a deal. LJ, you can stay if you just don't say anything.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a good deal. We won't tell you to go to bed as long as you just be quiet.
No, mate. I'm going to jump in and just say I veto that. LJ, go to bed, mate. Go get yourself, I don't know, an Ambien and a whole metric ton of medicine, and then just I'll drive head first into your bed.
Dude, please don't think we're trying to push you out. It's normally we dive into the deep stuff, and after about 20 minutes, you're like, dude, can I just quickly say something, man?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
no.
If you
Normally I'd be right. Yeah, hang around. I was saying earlier, Rich, I feel like you can visually see
the man's like a zombie at the moment. He's swaying from left to right. His eyes are glassy. He's just I'm half here, half asleep. So
yeah.
Best thing is rest and recovery is most important, man. So
yeah, exactly. Final thing to Raf, dude, that's awesome. Congrats, man. And keep punching out, and then dude, you will get it to work. You've been doing well. So I'll see you guys. Should be around for the Discord tomorrow. Hopefully, I think I'll be back in time. If not, I'll see you guys on Monday. So peace out.
LJ, we shall see you Monday, my friend. No one is going to hold it against you if we see you Monday. Take some rest.
All right.
Look after yourself, brother. See you later, man.
Cheers, mate.
Just quickly, have we got any visibility on the chat? I feel like
no. So we have to go onto the YouTube. We're getting some technical difficulties with chat and views at the moment, so we're not seeing everything we need to see.
Yeah.
So I've just loaded up the YouTube chat on a separate monitor.
Wonderful. Can I ask kindly if you see anything that you, or if anyone's got any comments or anything specifically that they want us to bring up, if you can just sort of give us a bit of visibility on it, because at the moment,
100%. Yeah, I'll tell you what, guys. If you have any questions for Rich as well, just put Rich, and then I'll make sure I'll try and read as many of these comments out for Rich, because you can't see any of them. So if you've got anything real specific to Rich, I'll try and make sure that I can read them out. If not, then I'll make sure I read them out anyway. But if there are anything specific to Rich, he can't see them. So I'll make sure that I read them for him.
Wonderful. Failing that, in 4 hours from now, if you are a 5ers trader or if you've got access to a 5ers hub, you can feel free to join the Discord. And you click the link within your hub, you join the Discord, and we've got multiple calls that run pretty much throughout the week. So in 4 hours from now, we've got a call, which is a Q&A session. So if you've got anything that you want to dive into, a little bit more trading specific, I'll be in there in about 4 hours from now, for normally sort of between an hour, 2 hours, and we can always sort of dive into it in a little bit more detail and have a chat through those trading nuance stuff. It's very different, isn't it? It's very different coming in, not having the visibility of chat and being able to have
it threw me off at first.
Yeah.
I was like,
I'm going to have to chat with you guys, basically. That's what I'm hearing. I'm not going to be able to chat.
Poor man. How
For
you
you. For you.
are you going to be okay?
I hope so. So my question to both of you two, have you started any kind of yearly summary or yearly review?
Yes, kind of. So, right, two parts this is going to be. First part is big credit to LJ. I wanted to say this just after he left. This goes to show the difference in being passionate about what you do. You know, when you're passionate about working, you show up to work even when you feel crap. Like, I've shown up to work so many times feeling really under the weather. LJ's clearly, evidentially under the weather, and he still shows up to work. If you don't enjoy what you do, you know, you're going to call in sick even if you have a sniffle or you've stubbed your toe. This just goes to, this is what passion looks like in the industry. We're not doing this for money. We're doing this for passion. And you can see in LJ that this is just how much he loves this industry and what he does. But yeah, going back to your question, Rich, I have now stopped trading my 100K live funded account for 2025. As of yesterday, I stopped trading it. And I was gutted. I was so gutted, man, because I had about $800 to make back before break even. And then I had a bit of a loss, and then I was like 1.4, and now I'm 1.1%, $1,100 away from break even. And it was my time. I thought, you know what, markets aren't marketing right now. Trades aren't trading. I thought, this is me done. I was like, I thought it was going to be next week. I thought next week was going to be the week that I call it quits, but dude, it was this week. And it has been a roller coaster. And I've decided I'm going to make a YouTube video on it at some point, I think, maybe this weekend if I get time. But I was going to actually make a video explaining everything that has happened on that account in 2025. So yeah, my yearly review starts from this weekend onwards. So yeah, I'm super excited for that. I'm super excited. I passed phase 1. I passed phase 2. I got into a little bit of profit, and then I got a massive drawdown, got to 7% drawdown, came all the way back, and now I'm 1.1% in drawdown. And I wanted to end the year in profit. Or not, at least break even. I was hungry for it. I was like, come on, Will, you've got this. But I didn't want to force it, mate, you know. And there's only, 2 weeks left? Or what's the day? It's 11th. Let me have a look. Halfway through week 3 will be the end of December. And I thought, you know what? Don't chase it.
Yeah.
January is another year. It's another time to be in the markets. You know, everything will open back up. My strategy will kick back in. Then it's time to start trading then. So yeah, that's what I've done. So my trading has stopped now. But do not worry, guys, because I am going to be challenging myself, and you guys get to watch as well. I'm going to chuck about $100 into a personal account, only a small personal account, and I'm going to see what I can do with a $100 account. I'm going to see if I can make some profit. I'm going to see if I can maybe stay break even, or I'm going to just purely see if I can get away between now and my flight to Hong Kong without blowing the account. So that's my Christmas sort of fun challenge to myself, because again, otherwise I'm just drawing up, and I don't like just drawing up. I want to be in the market with some proper skin in the game. So I thought, you know what, why not take you guys on that personal, small personal account journey with me in between the Christmas holidays?
Awesome. It's hard to stop, isn't it? Like once you've been in a
It is,
routine,
man, it is, yeah.
long.
Especially now, like I'm gonna be streaming anyway, and I don't want to just draw it up. You know, if I'm just gonna draw it up, I may as well place it on some form of account, or even if it's a demo account. But there's something about it, you know. When I say that I live stream live capital, there's something about opening up a demo account which I don't want to do. When I say I live stream my live capital, if I'm not trading my live funded 100k account, I'm gonna put some skin in the game. I'm gonna show you that I'm gonna have emotion in the game, because if I'm trading on a demo account, my emotion is gonna be different. So I want to show you that, you know, even on a personal account, I've got a skin in the game, I've got emotion in the game, I've got money at risk.
Okay, hang on. I'm just getting a bit of visibility on chat here, and I see that Cam says, "Save your $100, buy another account." What do you reckon to that? Is there any merit to, rather than using it in a personal account, just giving yourself a smaller account with the 5ers and going again from phase one all the way?
Dude,
from the
I
start?
mean, I suppose maybe I mean, maybe
I was
maybe
trying to get Will to
maybe I'll get
either
another-
get a small account that he can, I don't know, like a 5k or something, and just do the same thing and build it up from a 5k all the way up to 100k. But he
But then I'm gonna take it a little bit more seriously.
£100 or something. I was like, dude, a 5k costs $40.
Yeah, right. So here's my logic. So, with $100 account in a personal fund, I don't really care. You know, I can chuck it about, and who cares if I blow it? I blow it. If I earn some money, then it buys me lunch maybe in the airport before I leave. You know, so that's my thoughts. If I buy a 5ers account, even at a 5k account, that still could do something. I can still scale that. I can turn a 5k into 100k. Well, I'm not saying I can, but the
Right.
chances are there. The possibilities are there.
Hang on.
So it's
What about this as an experiment? Would you be willing, okay, to put it in chat's hands? Would you be willing to let the audience speak? And if you were in Will's position and you had $100,
Okay, I like what you're doing there. I'll
Would
tell you
you-
what. Go on.
what would you do? Would you put $100 in a personal account, or would you buy, I think, what is it, $79 for a 10k account? So if you had a choice, chat, which way would you go? And I'm just challenging Will to see whether or not you're going to lean into taking what chat recommends as the highest.
Tell you what, I'll do you a deal. Remy, can we get a poll going? And can it be, what should Will do? 10k funded account as a Christmas fun account, or a $100 personal account as a Christmas fun account? Let me know. Chat, I'll
Are
tell
we
you
allowed
what.
to?
You can vote if you want.
All right.
You're determined to have a fun account. That's what I reckon.
I do. Maybe I just want to be a degenerate. I don't know.
Remember, practice makes permanent, right? So
True
what
that,
you start
true that.
practicing on that is going to build the behavior patterns that you come back into the next year with. You know, it's like the person that's been dieting all year and you're like, I'm just going to binge for 3 weeks. Like, Will, in the new year, you still got to stop binging, right? So there's got to be some kind of, maybe you could be slightly aggressive with the risk. You know, maybe if you risk 0.5%.
Oh no, yeah, no, it'll be an
aggressive.
aggressive account. Like it'll still be A+ setups, you know,
Okay.
or maybe like my worst setup will be a B setup, you know. Like I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna make sure that I find a trade, even if it's a little bit like, oh guys, I don't know if this is, you know, super valid. Otherwise, you know, I may as well trade it on my 100k account. So like the markets haven't been too valid for me at the moment, so I'm just gonna see what I can pick out the market and see how far I can get. So, like I said, $100 account or 10k account. Either way, they're going to be high risk accounts. It's just going to be a bit of fun. And if I still have if it ends up being 10k and I still have the 10k by January, I'll keep trading it. You know, I'll keep trading it. Maybe I'll put it on a copier or something, a copier on my 100k account. But I'll keep trading it for you guys. Whereas if it's $100 account and I blow it, fine, I blow it. If I pass it, or if I like earn money, I'll withdraw the whole lot and I'll be like, okay, cool, goes back into the bank account. Maybe I go out and buy some lunch with it, and before I leave to go to Hong Kong. So
We've got a mixed bag of results at the moment. Cam says buy a 10k account. I'm not sure what an MCD is. I have no idea what that is. But we've got buy 3 5k accounts. I don't spend my money personal. So unbiased trader is kind of calling you out a bit. Is I don't spend my money on personal or prop firm when I'm not seriously involved. Now I love that because that's focusing on the process.
Yeah,
We're
I do
talking
like
about
that.
in an ideal world, right? But also we've got a comment. No decision to make. It has to be a 10K. What are you thinking about? Like this is a firm. You need a 10K account. Be interesting if we can get a poll in here and see kind of when we get a bigger audience
I think
or a
that'd be really
bigger.
cool. Yeah, if we can get a poll in here, that would be awesome.
Dude, this is going to be a landslide 10K account. You know it. It's gonna be-
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it's definitely going to be get 10K, get 10K, get 10K. DJ saying, William, that was a great recovery, no cap. I was 3% up on my 5K HS challenge, then into 2% drawdown, now $10 away from break even, mostly trading gold, brainwashing myself to follow the process. Bro, that's awesome. Big congratulations to you for getting out of drawdown or nearly getting out of drawdown, $10 away. Mate, that is absolutely awesome. Big congratulations on that. Yeah, my 100K account was it was difficult, man. You know, it took a lot of mental stress, a lot of mental determination, and a lot of psychological conversations with myself as well to get that out of drawdown. So yeah, you know what, like I don't often say, well, you know, I'm super proud of you, but you know, I was super proud of myself for passing phase 1 and 2 and getting out of drawdown. So in effect, I've passed phase 1 twice and phase 2 in theory, because technically, like if I wanted to start, if I went into like that 7.5% drawdown and I wanted to start all over again, I would have passed my phase 1 by now because I was actually in profit. I was like 2 or 3% in profit on the account.
Just while we were waiting for a couple of answers to come through, I want to double back. When I asked the question, have you guys started to build any kind of insights to your year and just have an opportunity yet? It was we got a very mixed bag of results from Will, and Richard just stood there firmly and shook his head from left to right to left to right. And I want to lean into this a little bit. What's going on, Richard? Why are you not looking at your year? What's the missing piece of the puzzle here that you do that maybe we could lean into?
First and foremost, the year ain't over, mate.
Okay.
There's still another week of trading.
True.
Fair.
So, Will may have decided that he's done trading for a year. I have not. So I still have another week before I'm going to officially say, okay, I'm done for the year. That's the first and foremost. The second thing is, I think because I'm somebody that spends weekends in general kind of like going through how my week went and trying to work on my psychology on the daily, I think for me it's not such a momentous task that I need to set aside the whole of the holiday season to, you know, go through my year and say, oh, I did so, or I did so, or I did so. So in general, I kind of limit the amount of time that I spend during the holiday season thinking about work. So I use the holiday season as rest and just revitalizing the energies, maybe doing a bit of inflection, you know, just a little bit of meditation, something like that. But in general, it's with the intention of just being, you know, feet up, enjoying the sunshine here in South Africa, enjoying time with friends and family. So I try and disassociate myself from the work person, the work Richard. So in general, I've already done the majority of the heavy lifting throughout the year. So I may, as the new year starts, maybe on the first or the second, well, probably not the first, maybe the second or so of January, I might go and sit down and say, okay, what is my intention this year? What is my intention this month? That kind of like thing. But like I said, majority of the work was already done throughout the year. So I don't know, different approach to Will, or maybe even yourself. So just a little bit different.
Okay. I think if you humor me on this just for 1 sec, right? So if we have this yearly review as this landmark, and we make these big life decisions, and we're going to suddenly start eating better and going to the gym and trading actually in line with our plan and stop blowing a challenge account, or whatever it is that we do, that we go, I kind of want to curve that a little bit. The thing is, if we do that once a year, there's 365 days where we have a opportunity to learn, reflect, and carry out these mini reviews. And I know, Richard, you're incredibly good at creating these opportunities and insights to just kind of tweak throughout the year and not just wait for this calendar date to suddenly say, hey, there's this calendar date, I've now got to shift my whole life in line with it. I think for many it acts as an excuse to reflect, because we don't have those inbuilt processes throughout the year. Mine is I have much the same. I have the same processes. There's gaps in them. And normally it would be the case of taking my daily reviews and putting it into a weekly review, taking the weekly reviews, putting it in the monthly review. And at the end of the year, I've got these 12 monthly reviews, and it's just like 12 bits of information on kind of what's working for me and what I've been tweaking on. There's these little gaps that have existed within this year, kind of as the pace of life has gotten a little bit bigger. So for myself, this landmark has to serve as that, Rich, you know what best practice looks like. And you've allowed yourself to just go sort of one step sideways on what best practice looks like. So I'll be looking forward to just kind of revitalizing resuscitating the practices that I know have kind of built me to the trader I am. And I know that to become that next level, I can't do that without continuous execution on those same practices. And for me, that's not once a year. The once a year is just the excuse to say, Rich, have you actually done it this year? And it's like, there's room for improvement. 8 out of 10. So a lot of my time, a lot of my resources has actually been gone into trader development outside of my own development. And I remember thinking, like, months and months ago, I was like, there's a way to do this, that I become the best trader I've ever been whilst coaching and practicing other traders. And for me, that was the balancing act. I think I've just put so much emphasis in trying to build out a resource for traders to really level up. I'm so excited for it to be done, and it is so close to being done, because when it is the blueprint that I need to internalize on every practice I do within my trading. So it's pretty cool to create the course that I not only needed for myself in the beginning, but I also actually need as a trader to continue to develop as well. So it's almost timeless. So I'm looking forward to going through that as a bit of a resource. So totally boring answer, but that's what you get with me. It's just kind of like a year in reflection and loads of opportunities to tweak and adjust as we go.
I like that. I think your process has definitely got the Richard Wells stamp on it. It's the best way that you can approach this idea of yours and still have it be your own. So it's your own spin on something that maybe you looked out into the world and you never quite found something that really satisfied that issue or maybe that concern that you had. And you're like that Thanos in that meme where it's like, fine, I'll do it myself. It's almost
I can do that.
I'll just do it myself. I'll create my own thing and I'm going to follow it. And by creating it, you're automatically forcing yourself to follow it. Like, you're putting your own spin on it. And yes, there's tweaks, there's issues, there's every now and then you kind of like sway from the wagon a little bit. But in general, you're still staying on the same road. But because you're paving that road yourself, it takes a bit of time, but it's your road. So you know that you're building the road well, so that your cart that you're pushing onto this road or driving onto this road is not going to just come off and go into a ditch, because you're putting in the effort, you're putting in the time. So
gotcha.
I like
so it's like totally personalized, which is something that traders should. I would encourage traders to always do this. I struggle to digest completely other people's material and concepts and ideas, because many times in education we get this is what you need to do, and it sometimes becomes a little bit harder to digest. And I know myself, I respond really well to kind of having a space to walk through my ideas and comparing them to others. So a lot of what we've been building is exactly that, is to help traders have the opportunity to reflect on exactly what it is their next step is. Many times, if I say, Richard, you know what you want to do, I'm imposing my values, my beliefs, my next step of what I would do if I was you, but I'm not. I don't have your library of experiences, and therefore I'm not the qualified person to say what you need to do next. Now, we all know good trading practices. Like, there is these kind of pillars and cornerstones that we need to adhere to if we want a sustainable career. Will and yourself have spoken about this recently, sort of having that risk management, that trading plan, that psychology, having the fundamentals down. But outside of that, traders have to find their own way, and it's I remember speaking to my coach, and she said, "You know the difference?" She said, "between a good teacher and a bad teacher." And I kind of had my own ideas on it. I was like, "Go on." I said, "What's your thoughts on it?" She said, "Well," she said, "a good teacher won't tell you what to do. They'll create a space and help you find the right next step for you. Whereas an alternative teacher is going to be trying to push what you need to do from their perspective." And it's just something that, I don't know, I could rant about it for ages and ages and ages. It's something that I've desperately tried to internalize in a lot of the coaching calls that we carry out inside of the Discord, in the course that we're creating as well. There's a lot of stuff that we're building that I'm just trying to create that space for traders to reflect. And again, if you want an opportunity to reflect a little bit further with this, and you want to have a chat about stuff in a bit more detail, that Discord place is the Discord calls is the place where we have a little bit more time to go through this stuff in detail.
I feel like everybody this week really got spoiled this week.
How so?
Because they got to have you for 2 extra days. They had you on Monday and on Tuesday. Yesterday you got a day off. But people were spoiled, mate. Like, they were absolutely spoiled having you for an extra 2 days. And I hope that everybody took that opportunity and just, made the most of it.
That's very kind of you. I was trying to fill the shoes of the almighty Victor from the YouTube stream. He carries out a couple of these calls a week, and he's, there was an opportunity to sort of cover a couple of them calls. So there was a little bit of, who's this guy? And I'm like, I know, I'm not Victor. I was like, I'm not going to talk about quasis and order blocks. I was like, but I've got something a bit different. Let's have a chat about it. So, it's one of the most enjoyable parts.
To be fair, you should have come on, because you've got glasses anyway, you should have come on with a mask and a hat on with a sticker that says, "I am Victor."
Do you think I could pull it off?
No, but it would have been funny to watch you attempt to.
That's true. Yeah.
I don't think anyone can pull off Victor. Like, Victor.
You know what I think would have happened is Will would definitely have been convinced. Out of everybody, Will would have been convinced, because when Will actually met Victor, he had no idea that he met him. So doesn't distinguish the voices. So
I've never been so embarrassed. I don't embarrass easy at all. Like, I remember I was singing in the back end of the stream, and Anastasia was like, brought me on and goes, "Go on, Will, what were you doing?" I was like, "I was singing." She goes, "Come on and show us your voice." So I started singing on the stream. Don't bother me. It's very, I grew up with my brother, who also tries to embarrass me. I try to embarrass my brother, and our dad likes to join in as well. So he'll try and embarrass us. So trying to get me to be embarrassed openly, it's very difficult. Victor,
I remember an evening not too long ago during a poker session, may have been slightly before it, where a certain somebody went out to have a few drinks, and there was a challenge that was set, and then there was a very no, can't do that. They know us here.
No, that was respect. That wasn't embarrassment. You tried to get me to do 50 push-ups on a table in a brand new pub that's just opened, where my friends own it. I did the push-ups. I did them on the floor, though. I'm not doing them on the table because that's disrespectful to them. But that was not embarrassment.
They would have known. They would have been like, "It's just Will being Will."
Yes, I totally agree. They would have looked at me and been like, "What the hell is Will doing? This is Will all over." But nonetheless, that was no. However, Rich. Oh god, my screen's just dropped. Rich, man, when he comes up to me and goes, "Oh, Vic's on his way," I was like, "No way, Vic's coming." Will, what are you on about? You were speaking to Vic earlier, bro. I died inside. Like, even Cece looked at me and was like, "You're an idiot." Because I said, I have no idea that was him. She was like, "You're an idiot." I was like, "I know." Oh man, that was the hell of a night. That was such a good night, and that's the first time like me and Rich have properly met each other in person. Like, I knew that Rich is a big guy. Like, I'm about 6'2", and I'm not skinny. I'm 6'2". I'm built-ish. I swear down, all I heard was, "Hey mate." I turned around, and in fact, I'll look at you like I looked at Rich. Oh, hi, Rich. I was like, Jesus, man, what are you on stilts or something? I thought you were 6'4", not 8'4".
Yeah, it was a cool event. It was a cool day.
It was
We
so funny.
we had the opportunity to meet at an event that Will was talking about, to do with prop firms, and it was the first time I wanted to meet Will. I wanted to support what he was doing, and there was Abe, the community
I
manager.
was say, yeah, we met Abe.
There
I
was,
met Abe as well.
Victor from the live streams as well, and then there was
Was he there?
myself.
Was he?
Sorry.
Was he there?
Yeah. Well, let's just say that Will met Victor twice, and the first time he didn't realise.
Fair.
Yeah, so it was really, really, really cool because it's we spend so much time working with each other remotely. We really get to know each other on a personal level. But when you have that chance, that small window where you can cross over and meet up in real life, and honestly, I hope it happens many, many more times. Not
Yeah,
just with
definitely.
Will and myself, but also with the 5ers extended team. There's going to be so much opportunity for that in the future. I genuinely believe it.
Dude, do you remember what Cece said to you when we left? She only told me recently what she told you. You were like, oh, I'm sure we'll see each other soon. And she was like, oh, yeah, we'll see each other next at, and then went on to that. And I didn't know that. And she told me recently, I was like, you said what? I said, did you really say that to him? She's like, yeah. I was like, oh, fair enough. Dude, it's so funny. But this, like you said, we work closely, and guys, literally, we're in such close proximity, and nonetheless, we're miles and miles and miles apart. So so when we meet up, and when we meet each other for the first time, it's almost like we met for the first time. Like, our personalities instantly hit it off because, again, we've been working together for months or years, but we look at each other as if we've just met, and we're like, oh, so that's what you look like from the shoulders down. So it's yeah, dude, it's such a cool experience. And all the guys, you sometimes you think to yourself like, oh yeah, they seem cool, but I wonder if they're actually, you know how they say, oh, I wonder what they're like in real life. Sometimes it feels like that. So again,
They say never meet your heroes, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Rich met his, and he loved me.
Look, I'm going to pivot this on a hard pivot with no related whatsoever. I'm going to pull it back to something that was said in chat. It says, do other traders you mentor influence your trading plans? Quite honestly, Victor said something that has stuck with me probably a year ago. He said, when the market moves and you feel that urge, you feel that FOMO, and you want to be in that move, you've got to just remind yourself that's someone else's trade. And that's always stuck with me for the last year. And so whenever I see, some trader executing their plan, it could be on social media. I mean, we're going to see a lot more success stories than failure stories. That's just the nature of social media. Sadly, I don't think that's the reality of many traders' journeys, but we're going to see a weighted side towards successful traders, right? Now, the thing is with this is if we lean into the idea that should be our result, we're going to get that FOMO. We're always going to end up feeling that sense of, well, why are my results matching that? And then we're going to try and push harder. And typically pushing harder puts the profit before the process. And so what I've learned and really internalized as a trader long before becoming a coach was always focus on my lane and my process. And so every time that someone will give me a little insight like, that move, that's just someone else's trade, it helps me detach the FOMO from just simply following my process. So a big part of what I try and practice within my own trading is just clearly and simply identifying, is this my valid setup that's now forming? Not anyone else's trading plan. And once I identify this is my valid setup, my job becomes to execute on a process and not attach my self-worth to the P&L. Now, that's just simple words, but the practicality of that, or the practical application of that, is a lot of emotional work. And it takes a lot of time to start to try and work with the emotions that come up when we're trading. And they can be fueled by over-risking, or just watching other people trade, or reading other people's trading plans, or seeing their successes. And again, it's just, what's my lane doing? What's my trading plan say? Is this my valid trade? And if I get a result that I'm not happy with after I follow my plan with consistency, my focus is to say, okay, there's plenty more fish in the sea. And I love this. This was shared with me on one of the Discord calls we had. A trader said, I don't marry my strategy. I treat my strategy as an investment vehicle to get me to where I want to go. And if it cannot do it after I've driven it correctly, then it belongs in the sea. I'm going to go and find another strategy. And we're not talking about chasing like the holy grail and just keep throwing away our systems. We're talking about focusing on executing a plan for a long enough period of time to realize that the edge isn't good enough for what you need to achieve your results and your goals. And we're not talking about hundreds of % returns as well. We're talking about, for me, just a modest 2-3% return a month. If I can achieve that with relative consistency, that's good enough for me. Sorry, one sec, guys. I've got a little bit of background noise.
Yeah, I know. I just about heard it, and I was like, no way. I was like, okay. Yeah. Oh man, that was quite funny. I couldn't quite hear it, but like, yeah, I just thought, wait, is that Rich's cat in the background? And then I thought, no, that's other Rich's other distraction in the background. Oh man,
My cats, mate.
it's not your cats. Oh, fair. I thought at one point it was my dog's barking. I was like, is my dog's like howling in the background? Oh man, that's super interesting that you say that, because mate, I don't know, because it kind of triggered me, you saying that, because I see why you'd say that, but I sort of disagree. And the reason for it is, I think about my strategy like a relationship. You know, you have two choices. You can ditch your partner the minute the going gets tough and go and try and find the next best thing. Or you can sit down and say, right, what's going wrong here? Why isn't this working? Is this not working because we're clearly not right for each other? Or is it not working because one of us isn't putting in enough effort? You know, can we work through this? Can we bring something in? Can we spice the relationship up in another way that we can actually regain our health in the relationship? And that's how I see my strategy. And I try and compare everything to relationships. And the reason I do that is because it actually makes my relationships better with people. And I hate people, I'll be honest. I'm not a sociable person. I love just sitting by myself with the people that are in my close circle, and that's probably 3 people at max. And I'll just sit there and talk to them. I'm super fine with that. You know, when I go out and socialize, it drains me. However, I've managed to improve my relationship and relationships with others by thinking about them as a trading strategy. And the reason why that's not toxic is because that I look at my trading strategy the way I would want to look at my relationship, and they sort of coincide with each other. So I think to myself, like, I will marry my strategy because I date to marry. I don't date a girl just to have a bit of fun and bye-bye, you know, I'm bored of you now. I date a girl to marry a girl because that's the whole point. Now, I do the same with my strategy. I date my strategy in order to marry it. You know, I marry my strategy. I want to develop my strategy to be strong and powerful and sustainable for the forever future in the trading markets. However, now let's be honest, trading markets change. So therefore, no different to how the world changes in your relationship, your marriage, your partner, your everyday life with the person that you choose to be with for the rest of your life, the world around you will change, and you guys have got to deal with that as a couple. You know, so for example, political issues, political parties, you know, those of you who are in the UK understand that at the moment, you know, we've had a change in political party. That's come with a big change to global UK national economics. You know, it's come to a change with living economics, with the living stuff and socialization stuff. So we as a couple have got to deal with how we move forward with that, whether it makes us struggle more, whether it makes us more fruitful, whether it makes us, doesn't matter. But either way, something's going to change in your everyday life. So therefore, you've got to treat your strategy like that, where everything will change at some point. Now, it's up to you and your strategy on how you are going to combat this change in the market. Are you going to think, right, okay, this is my sole strategy? What's the nucleus Like, think about a cell. You've got the nucleus, which is the heart of the cell, and then you've got everything else around it. So what is the heart? What is the nucleus? What is the soul of that strategy? And if it's a certain aspect or a certain part of your trading, like maybe you're a breakout trader, maybe you're a break and retest trader, or maybe you're a naked trader, and I am a naked trader. As you can see, I've got no indicators but a moving average. I've got a moving average, the rest are all drawings. So I'm a naked trader. That's how I trade. I wouldn't go and chuck a pile of indicators on now, even if they worked, because I'd be like, right, okay, well, no, because that's messy. That's a bit chaotic to me. I don't like to see that. So what I want to see is simplicity. So now, how can I make my naked strategy a little bit more understanding to how the markets move? And that's how I treat my strategy. I will marry it, and the reason I will marry it is because I want to look after it and grow it and change it and adapt it. But it's still the same strategy.
Okay, there's a tiny, like, a lot of what you're saying I totally get behind, right? And I can see why it would trigger you. When you talk about your strategy, that's how I feel towards myself as a trader and my trading ability. When I talk about strategy with this trader, we were just simply saying your entry and exit conditions, they will go through cycles where the market just says, I don't care for your entry, and you here comes the drawdown. And when you do everything within that relationship correctly, if the drawdown gets too big and you look at it and say, well, this other person, this other strategy is misbehaving a little bit, it's super important to recognize that it's totally within our control to do what Will's saying, tweak and adjust. But we do so based on data and insights. And first of all, we have to make sure that we've brought our best self to that system and that we've traded it correctly. Once we've got enough insights, then it's the case of looking at the results. And if the equity curve just goes down, we can say, well, look, this investment vehicle in its current form isn't suitable. If you have a flat tire on a car, okay, or one bad line of code in an algo, the whole thing is almost inoperative, like completely stops working. So we don't have to throw out the entire system. We go through a series of just constantly tweaking and refining and adjusting the things that we know works. But when I talk about throwing out a system, it's where you've tweaked and adjusted everything you can, and you realize you're trying to get a moped to do about 300 mile an hour. It's just not suitable for what we're trying to achieve. And it's a very liberating feeling when we realize as traders, nobody made you trade the pair you're trading. Nobody made you trade the time frame you're trading. Nobody made you risk the amount you risked, and nobody made you trade the account that you're on right now. So we are entirely the captains of our own vessels. And with that, we can choose to reset those sails in any direction we want. But there's a massive disconnect between people that flip-flop between north and south because they just keep taking one or two losing trades. And then what Will's suggesting, where we dig in with the system and we keep honing and refining it and growing with it. Eventually there comes a time where sometimes we have to drop small concepts and readjust or change assets altogether. That's what I was covering with changing systems. Not completely, you don't fall out of bed with it and just go, this strategy's cooked. But we normally take some components off that vehicle and then rebuild it into the next version. Like, in all honesty, Richard, what version are you on in your system?
I would say probably the midpoint of my system.
How many refinements and tweaks? We've got version 1.1. That's where we set with something we found on the internet, and then by the time we built it and made it fit us, what version would you say you're on at the moment?
I'm 7.0, version 7.0. Like, I think I've started with a idea, and then I kind of like branched into one direction, and then I realized, hold on a second, I am maybe not viewing this with the right perspective. So I went back to the start, and I was like, okay, but hold on, let me look at it from this point of view, and then a different branch, and so on and so forth. And many iterations. Let's just be dead honest. I've had many iterations of my one idea, and I still think that it's not a perfect system. I still think that there is some tweaking that I can do. However, I've gotten it to the point where I don't feel the need or I don't feel that drive to have to go and tweak it. I feel like, okay, I'm happy with where it is right now. If I am going to make tweaks, I might just be nitpicking, because it doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to be profitable enough over a long period of time. And that's where it is now. It is profitable, and it's been a period of time. So if I'm going to go nitpick at it, I might just find fault that isn't necessarily there. Or I might nitpick it to the point where I feel, oh, but I can do better. And then those thoughts kind of become screams instead of whispers, where right now it's a whisper. And I would like to keep that a whisper. So...
Yeah, I struggled with stopping at refining, trying to look for perfection. And it's a mantra I have to constantly adhere to. Good enough is good enough. And it's hard.
If it works, why break it? Oh, sorry, if it's not broken, why fix it? If it works, why try and fix something?
But when you go on these drawdowns, one of the first things we typically feel as a trader is it's broken. It's all coming apart at the seams. Very easy to doubt, isn't it? You get funded. Look at what happened. Exactly what happened in your account and the account I was trading. Both got funded, and then here comes the drawdown. And it's those moments where it's like, okay, is it the system? Is it me? And we kind of go through these mental hurdles of like, what needs to be refined here? But I love that Richard shared you were on version like 7.0, and this is what like Will and I were alluding to with the idea of like tweaking and building, but very few systems are good to go from day one. I remember trading the DAX, and I sunk over 100 hours into that by the time I had refined enough insights to be able to say this is the best I can get from all the potential entry opportunities. It was all profitable, but I was like, well, what if I did this? What if I put my stop loss on this amount of points? What if I put 2 entries instead of 1 and broke my risk up? And there were so many variables of where to get in, where to get out, and how to manage risk that eventually it took about 120 hours. But what I was left with was a system that performed remarkably well. And it ran for, 12 to 18 months, got funded. I think it got 6 payouts, scaled an account, and then it just went flat. Like, I mean, I remember looking at it and taking that analogy that Will would say, like, I need to work on my relationship. And I just worked on it, and there was just no pulse. I was like, markets have shifted. I'm like, I don't think I can actually bring, this to the prom anymore. It just doesn't look like anything that I want to even be involved with in terms of an investment vehicle. So I stripped it down for parts and rebuilt it into something else. And that's when it was like, rather than like version 1.1, 1.3, 1.5, 1.8, it was then like version 2.1. But and then just keep rebuilding. And I find often in trading it's this refinement of finding things we like within systems and honing them into the new system and then refining that. And eventually we end up with something that we stick to. And if you're not sticking with your system, then maybe it's because either you've got an unrealistic expectation of what you think the system can perform at, or it could just be it's not a good match. Some people, they're just not great on lower time frames. Other people, they're not great on daily charts. It's finding that match.
Yeah, you got to find what works for you. I'm seeing some of the comments made me laugh. Both the riches are looking confused.
Yeah, when you started talking about marrying your strategy and like you're gonna treat it like a marriage, I was like, I'm married, Rich is married. This sounds strange, mate. Sounds weird.
Yeah. Like I said, hey, I never said what I said. I never said what I'm saying is correct. It works for me. So that's all that matters.
That's why I didn't challenge it, mate. I was just sitting there.
Exactly. Like so many people will like. I've heard it in real life. Like I'm seeing another comment as well, which is fantastic. Where is it? Shame I can't bring them up. There's one comment that says, trading psychology and plus life psychology. There's a very fine line in between, and a lot of people will look at me and be like, "Will, you're an absolute nutcase. Like, what on earth are you on about?" I'm like, yeah, fair. What time have you got to finish lunch? Like people say to me, "Oh, Will, you're full of rubbish." "Oh, Will, yeah, you're talking absolute bullshit." And I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. Isn't your lunch break over? Like, go back to work. You know, they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, everything that I do and everything that I speak about and
I do it
everything
for
that I do it for you. And everything that I think about and do and implement and talk about has gotten me to where I am now. So when I get challenged by, oh, Will, you're full of crap. Oh, Will, oh, this, oh, this, oh, that. Oh, Will, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, well, unless you are significantly better than me, and even then, I'll be like, okay, congratulations, I'm incredibly happy for you, but on the trajectory that I'm currently on, my strangely dysfunctional, full of crap mindset, it seems to be working pretty well for me. So my thing is, you find what works for you, and this is what Rich was talking about just now. And it's about finding that, you know, some will look at it as an investment vessel, some people look at prop firms as a cash cow. That's fine. That's not wrong. If you look at the prop firms and you disrespect prop firms and you think, I don't need a relationship with them, I'm just gonna pass, fail, pay, pass, fail, pay, pass, fail, pay. Yeah, okay, well, pass, pay, fail. You know, you get it in the right order at least. You know, that's absolutely fine. Cool. You know, brilliant. If that works for you, bravo. Congratulations. That's not how I'm going to look at it. I'm going to look at the prop firm and develop a relationship with the prop firm and hopefully stay in with that prop firm for the longevity of my trading career, if that's possible. Because that's how I see it. Because it's called sustainability. You know, what I don't personally see sustainability in pay, pass, get paid, fail. You know, I don't see sustainability in that. I see, if anything, I actually see over risk and massive unsustainability for futuristic trading. But doesn't mean that my opinion is wrong.
Realize what it is that you're mentioning. You're mentioning intent.
Yeah, exactly.
You're mentioning the fact that people go into this with that mindset. That is the intention. They want to do that. And then if it doesn't work out for them, they question, but why? But why? Or they'll say, it's a scam or something like that. Your intention matters. That's 100%. Why I question what you were saying about you marry or you treat it as if it's a marriage. It's just that nobody I know has referred to it as such.
And that's why I'm so unique.
There's pros and cons to that analogy.
100%. Yeah, of course there is.
But if your intention is to go into something with the best mindset, to go into it with the best intent. My intent is to grow. My intent is to take it slowly and so on and so forth. Then your intention is going to be achieved, I think. But if you go into it with the intention of being a gambling mindset or, you know, treating it like it is, you know, I want to go or blow. It's one of the two. I'm either going to go to profit or I'm going to blow the account. Your intention is going to get met, mate. It's going to...
you're going to pass or you're going to... Yeah, 100%. Like you said.
Get hit.
Yeah.
Or it's going to get lost. It's one of the two. So whatever your intention is when you enter something is going to be very important. And if your
I've tried the other one.
Yeah, if your intention is not in line with what it is that you're attempting to achieve, then there's going to be a bit of a disconnect and there's going to be some problems.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and I think you've hit the nail on the head there, is when there's a disconnect with your intent and your expectation. You know, so if you're wanting to be in the prop industry the way that I am going to be in the prop industry, sustainability, longevity, but you're going in with the intention of this is a cash cow, then it's like, well, there's a disconnect with your internal and your external self. And I've gone into this in some quite big depth with, in fact, I'm pretty sure with Rich Wells.
You've done both.
In fact, I've probably done both. I've streamed with the both of you for long enough now. Back in my Rich sandwich. So you know, I've delved quite deep into the philosophy of having an internal self and an external self. So I'm not going to go into that now. But maybe for another stream, if you guys do want to know a bit more about how I see that. And, you know, if your internal is wanting to be in the industry for longevity and you want to develop a relationship with the prop and you want to be someone who's going to get paid consistently, but then you're acting like your external self, your actual doing being is treating it with disrespect, then, you know, don't be surprised if you're not going to get the results that you truly want. Like if you're going into a relationship with a girl and you're like, oh, I really like this girl. Oh my God, she's amazing. She's perfect. I want to have a long lasting relationship with her. That's your internal self. That's what you truly desire. However, your external self is just treating her like a pile of garbage. Don't be surprised when she leaves you. It's that sort of thing. When your expectation is different to your intent and vice versa, when your true desire isn't quite met because you're not quite aligned with what you truly want, that's when the disconnection comes. Whereas if you're going to go and go, oh, this girl's, she's good looking and all, but she's nothing serious, I'm just going to have a bit of fun. And then next minute she realizes that and she runs off. You're like, cool, next one. That works. You may not like it, but that works. It works for you because that's the intent that you went in on with. Same goes with prop firms. If you're going to see it as a cash cow, I'm going to go in, I'm going to, pass or blow this account. Wow, I passed it. Cool. Oh, now I've blown it. Okay, next one. Again, that is way too chaotic for me. I've tried that. That my head couldn't deal with the ambiguity and uncertainty of the future of the markets or my future in the markets when treating accounts like that. However, if it works for you, that's absolutely fantastic. Me, however, I'm going to be like, right, I'm going to find a really good prop firm. I'm going to, trade it, look after it. I'm going to take it slowly. Guys, I've had this 100K account for over 12 months and I've looked after it. I went into 7% drawdown. I could have thought, screw this. I'm not getting out of this. I'm going to get another account and just go again. I didn't do that. I thought, no, you know what? I'm going to look after this account. I'm going to bring it back up. And if it still ends, then okay, cool. These things happen. You can have the best intention with a partner and he or she may still leave you. That's not your fault. You brought the best intentions. Same goes with your prop account. You can bring the best practices, the best intentions, and you may still lose that account. And that's completely okay because you did your best and you know that you journaled, you backtested, you had gathered data. You were just not in your bestest patch when it comes to your trade at that current process in time.
Yeah, dude, preach, man. And I want to touch on something you shared, which is crucial. Many traders, they just will not make it work when they have the attitude of, I'm going to send this account and get funded with big risk. And it is down to specifically one reason. When we increase our risk, it's like holding a magnifying glass up to every single flaw and strength we have as a trader. If you are afraid of losing and you increase your risk, you increase that feedback loop. If you are afraid of holding profits to full objectivity, I can tell you increasing your risk typically doesn't help you hold your trades to full target. So if you're a trader and you're not getting the traction you want and you increase your risk, typically all we do is we shorten the timeline for that result to play out. So all those behavior patterns, they just get blown up and they become bigger. Now, if you're a successful trader and you use the same approach, it still puts load on our psychology. Two things I want to touch on ever so quickly. One of them, I see that Dirk's in the house and he shared a comment. He said, I've spent hundreds of hours into systems and discovery to find out that they don't work because of slippage or markets just shifting. Keep coming back once you really discover something. It's worth all the work. Dirk, I remember spending well over 100 hours on the US 30 on the 1 minute chart. I built a sample size of 800 trades to find out that I had less than a 0.1 expectancy. I executed it in live market and just found out because of the nature of how orders are filled with buy stops and sell stops, it mitigated the edge. And I was like, are you kidding me? I'm 150 hours deep in this and I don't even have a concept that I can execute. But that was one of the things I want to share. Now, the other thing, I've said this story once or twice, and it's actually something that is a bit of a shout out. About 4 years ago, I reached out within a community. I think it was also in the The5ers community. And I said, does anyone know how to build, and not just build a rock solid mindset, but maintain it as well? And I always remember this answer that I got. And it's just a bit of a shout out. If ever this trader has ever comes across one of these streams or hears about it, I feel it's always super important to make sure that you keep paying those favors forward. This is something that stuck with me for years and years and years. And whenever I have the opportunity, I love to just recall this moment. The trader said, if you want to build a rock solid mindset, just like going to the gym and trying to spot train to lose fat off one area of your body, you don't have control over that. By eating well and exercising well, you lose fat off your entire body. And the same principle is true when it comes to psychology. If you want to improve your psychology as a trader, it comes at life balance. It comes at improving your life in every area, not just in the charts. And it's just that reminder for me to zoom out. If you're getting stressed by trading, if you're putting on, trades and instantly getting emotional, it's an opportunity to just reflect on the other areas of your life and look at, how's my social life? How's my mental health? Do I get outside and touch grass? Do I exercise? Am I eating fairly well? Do I get enough sleep, enough hydration? Do I have a support system? And it's really good to just take that time to reflect on kind of where we stand as a trader, because so many times, a bloody good walk will solve a lot of issues of a mental sort of build up. And rather than going to the charts and looking for that answer, if you feel elated and happy when a trade wins, if a trade doesn't win, you probably feel a lot of the opposite of that emotion. So it just reminds us to zoom out. And this is why I love the 5ers community. It's an opportunity to just have a chat and share ideas with traders. And some of the stuff we share, some of my biggest insights come from other traders that we have conversations with. So just before I shoot a final shout out that in about 3 hours from now, feel free to join us in the Discord. We're going to have a call where we're going to chat about everything trading related. Even if you want to just have a listen in, you're more than welcome to join us. Richard, Will, it has been a pleasure, guys.
Pleasure is all ours, mate.
And I'll catch you all soon. Cheers.
See you later, brother.
Rich, have a good one, mate.
Thanks.
What an awesome session.
My favorite day of the week is today, because that's the day we get to sit and chat with Rich, and he is an absolute wealth of
100%, man. Yeah, such an awesome guy.
Wellness. And and then Fridays for poker night. Anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's awesome guy. Trying a bit of a catch up with Chatteroonie. Lauren saying, "What about trading, guys? Will fall asleep." That's a shame. You're gonna fall asleep. I'm probably, if I wasn't talking, I'd fall asleep, because this price action is garbage. There's nothing going on. So let's have a look at GBP USD quick. Again, not much going on. We had some sort of bear move this morning, but again, not much. And then finally some bull moves coming in, but no area for me to get in on. Euro USD, very similar. We didn't get a pullback, otherwise I would have liked to have been entered in. However, it is what it is. This would have been nice. In fact, probably would have been nice for Rich's rally-based rally. So that would have been quite nice, maybe. But, I'm sure he'll jump on the charts in a minute, because I am coming close to the end because I'm seeing nothing. However, we're consolidating now. Gold. I drew up a beautiful buy. It was quite nice. We came down, wicked all this, and I thought, yeah, okay, fair. There is a big impulsive bear candle here after wicking the highs. So that invalidated all buy opportunities. But we wicked it, moved back up, broken close, and created new higher highs. And I thought, all right, sweet. It's a bit of a wick high here. But nonetheless, let's see if, there could be a potential valid buy opportunity. And then, it just decided to wick. And now it's moving back up into profit. So it is what it is. The only opportunity I would have seen today would have been gold on the 15 and the 5 minute, but didn't see anything. Drew it out and it hit my stop loss anyway, so it is what it is. Continuing a quick catch up with chat. William has an emotional personality, which is good. That's quite interesting you say that, because I'm not actually too much of an emotional person. I just have a lot of emotional intelligence. I can quite easily be able to understand the psychological side and how that affects psychology and emotions and stuff like that. So yeah, 100%. I like to reference it and refer it to that, because it helps me become more emotionally intelligent. Because before I was emotionally absent before. years ago. Like trading has really brought that emotional intelligence out of me. Preach, William D. No cap. Yes, DJ. Yes, my man. Oof, so true. And Unbiased Trader, that is why he is one of my favorite hosts. Dude, we appreciate that. It's a massive, massive compliment. Thank you very much. Join the 5ers Discord, saying DJ, the best unmatched, no cap, 100%. Yeah, you know, if you can, or if you're not already, get yourself in the 5ers Discord and catch Rich a little bit later on.
Yeah, you guys should definitely go and join him there. It's well 100%. Worth it.
I do try and catch him on a Friday. I don't have times on Thursdays. Faye saying hashtag William respect. Thank you very much, Faye. That means a lot.
At Faye earlier because he had a comment earlier that was also Vatsediman, which is what is this man saying? So
oh, fair.
Yeah.
Black Friday 15% off requires an update on live screen, top right hand corner. Where?
Every now and then it pops up. So
fair. I was going to say it doesn't say that. Oh yeah, Black Friday 15% off.
There we go.
We shall let the team know. We shall. Thank you very much. We shall indeed let the team know. Unbiased Trader. Once New York comes today, we will have more action. I think since this U.S. interest decision press conference has been digested. Yeah, definitely. We got high impact news for 1:30, so that'll be really interesting to see what happens there.
Yeah,
Marina by Rich, but the world will always wait for New York to show direction. Interesting.
Yeah, we have unemployment claims in 1 hour.
Yes, yeah, indeed. We got check the German 40, please. I have it in my test. There we go. I have it in my test section. So the DAX. German 40, starting the 4 hour. Wow, we're actually consolidating for the first time in forever on the German 40, on the DAX. Not often we see consolidation. Usually it'll rally in a direction.
I mean, yesterday there was that reaction off of the news. Today had a bit of a correction, and now it seems as though it is attempting to push back in again to where price was last night. So
yeah, literally that.
It's going to be interesting. Well. Like Dirk was saying, it really depends on what happens in the New York session.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. I think we got to see what New York has to play. Really, dude, I'm really not seeing much on the DAX. There's nothing going on. London, what's happening, man?
There's an actual good question here from Mubashir. It's saying, sir, your words are very valuable. I want to agree with these words. Everyone focuses on analysis. What is the real secret to maintaining profits? Discipline, analysis, or the rule of consistency? Now, this is going to sound like the most cop-out answer of all, but it's all three of them, mate. You can't have one be an outlier. Let's say, for argument's sake, you have discipline, but your analysis sucks. Let's say you have the discipline and the analysis, but you have no consistency because you're not following. Okay, but then again, discipline and consistency kind of like runs hand in hand. So it's basically, can you do it with discipline and analysis? One or no, you have to do it with both. You can have all of the discipline in the world. If you don't have the analytical ability, then you might sit in a trade for hours because you're like disciplined, you're going to enter it, but you might be entering not understanding where the mark might be going, as an example.
Yeah,
you need all of it.
Yeah, you can show up every single day and get it wrong, and get it wrong every single day, and you won't be successful because you're getting it wrong. But you're getting it wrong every single day, so there's the consistency. You know, you have good analysis, but you don't have consistency. You get it right, but only every so often because you're not consistent. Or, you know, you have, what was the other one? You have the analysis, the consistency. I've lost.
So it's discipline, analysis, or the rule of consistency. I honestly think that consistency falls in line with the idea of discipline.
Yeah. Discipline is just showing up when you don't want to. Consistency is the art of showing up. Discipline is doing it when you don't want to do it. So, there's a difference between motivation and discipline. And I always say motivation will get you to the start line, or it'll get you off the start line. It'll get you going, keep the momentum, it'll get the momentum started. But discipline will keep that momentum. So you can only get so far with motivation. You need discipline. You need to show up even when you don't want to show up. Even when it's all feeling like the odds are against you, you show up anyway. That is discipline. So yeah, 100%. The best way for keeping profits or maintaining profits, the true secret sauce is, all three of them. Make sure that you stay consistent. Risk management, psychology, and discipline. Obviously, and analysis. Okay, you know what? Screw it. Let's go with 4 instead. Let's think about it like a chair or a table. A good solid table with 4 legs. Risk management, your analysis, like your strategy analysis, all that will come under one. Your discipline, so psychology, analysis, discipline. What was the other one I said?
Dirk is saying, love you guys, gotta make a move. Dirk, have a good day, my friend.
Yeah, Dirk, have a great one, mate. Consistency, there we go. Yeah. Or just motivation. Motivation also needs to play a part. You need to get off your ass in the first place. A lot of people would be like, oh, I'm going to be the most disciplined trader on planet Earth Monday. Well, Monday never comes. Me and my brother call it the Monday attitude. Monday never comes. I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it Monday. I'll do it next week. New year, new me. No.
That's why I don't do an analysis at the end of the year or do a new year.
Yeah, and that's why I love that, mate. That's the one. That's one of the. I was gonna say that's the one thing I love about you. There's many things I love about you, bro. That's one of the many things that I love about you. You don't care. You're like, oh yeah, end of the year, I don't care. It's just another day for me, and I do respect that a lot, because when people say I'm going to be the most disciplined trader on planet Earth, good, start now. But it's 3:30 on a Thursday afternoon, and shut up. Don't give me that rubbish. Do it now. Do it 5 minutes ago. It doesn't matter when you do it, as long as you do it. Start now. Get the motivation. Get off your ass. Go make a start. Then you can be disciplined. Then you can be consistent. But you need to get the motivation to get off your ass and do something. And that's what not enough people have.
I don't think it's a lack of motivation, but it's a lack of follow through. Because the problem is you can start something today and you have this idea in your mind and it's like, wow, this feels great and I'm so happy that I started. And then you start losing that dopamine hit of you starting something new. And it becomes a little bit more difficult. You're becoming a bit more uncomfortable. Like going to the gym as an example, you start the new year and say, oh, I'm going to go and hit the gym, because I want that beach bod come July, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The first few weeks goes great because it's a new year, it's a new you, it's that same psychology, it's that same mindset. But then it gets difficult because now you're painting up a little bit, or it's a bit cold today. And the thing that people need to realize is, if I set myself a goal, if I miss one day of that goal, it becomes twice as difficult to reinitiate, because that vigor that you had, that intention from the get-go, before you started this challenge that you set for yourself, that was the most powerful moment. That was the biggest moment of I'm going to do a thing. It's before you started. And then as you go through it, if you miss one day, it becomes twice as difficult to restart because you just don't have that motivation. So it's easy to say get off of your backside and go and do that thing. You have to have the right intention and realize that when things get tough, that's when you show your real mettle. That's when you show the real willingness to do something. Anybody can start a thing. Like, it's the easiest thing is to just start something. It's very difficult to maintain that thing when things get difficult, when things get tough, when you're not sleeping
really,
that well.
I'm the opposite. I'm the complete opposite. When I get my teeth into something, I am not letting go. Like, I will really go to town on that, and I'll make sure that I'm going to achieve the best possible outcome. Dude, motivation for me, I struggle with sometimes. Like recently, I've been recently slacking in the gym. And I'll be honest with you guys, because again, that's the whole point in why I'm doing this is to hold myself accountable and show that I'm being the best version of myself. I have been really struggling with the gym recently. Why? I've been putting in late nights at work. I've been working on a lot of projects behind the scenes. I've been trying to achieve this and the other. I've got to get ready to fly to and move to a different country. I'm literally picking up my life and chucking it into the other side of the world. So there's been a lot going on at the moment, and I've been struggling with consistency in the gym. And the reason I've been struggling with that is because I took a couple of days off to sort things out. And then I took another couple of days off to sort things out. And then I got ill for a couple of days, so I couldn't do it then. But then I was out of the rhythm then. I was out of the routine. The discipline was no longer there. There was no discipline because I had everything that I had going on. Then it was the motivation. The motivation had to kick back in for the, a wheel doesn't just...
How difficult was that?
I'm still struggling.
So I'm saying, like, if you start something from the beginning with intention and saying, I'm going to do this thing, I'm making a decision, yeah, new year, new me, let's go and do it. That is the most powerful that your motivation is going to be.
Yeah, 100%. Motivation will only get you so far. Motivation is day 1, day 2, day 3, maybe week 1, week 2. But after week 1, week 2, it's discipline.
Motivation becomes discipline.
100%.
It's the one has to change over to the other one because motivation is before you've done anything. It's before you've hit that rocky road or that sore muscle. It's void of any of the setbacks. That's motivation. Discipline is in spite of the setbacks, 100%. In spite of the difficulty.
Think about it like taking off on an airplane. You need that motivation to take off. Once you're in the air, you can lower the power and just cruise. Then you've still got to cruise. If you shut the engines off, you're a big metal box in the sky. You're gonna drop like a lead balloon. You're gonna drop out the sky if you turn that engine off. So you need to keep that motivation, that discipline. You need to keep moving forward. Otherwise, you're gonna fall out of the air. You never see an airplane stop in the middle of the air. You never see an airplane reverse. It keeps moving forward to keep its momentum through discipline. Well, it's not through discipline, it's through fuel. But you know what I mean? We keep it relatable through discipline. So you're staying disciplined. You're staying in the air. You're moving forward. Now, first things first, let's rewind to takeoff. Now, takeoff, you needed the motivation. You needed more power than you now need when you're in the air. So you need to take off with that massive momentumous move of motivation. That gets you into the gym. That gets you into the trades, into the markets. Then you need discipline to keep you in the air. But you rewind even further back than the takeoff. And this genius up here knocked the nail on the head. You have intention.
Yeah.
You want to get on the plane. First of all, why the hell are you getting on the plane? Why are you getting on that plane in the first place? You want to go somewhere. Okay, cool. Where do you want to go? I want to go to financial freedom. Okay, cool. Why do you want to get to financial freedom? Because I don't want to have to stress about bills. I want to provide for my family. I want to create a life that maybe I didn't have growing up. Maybe I want to produce a life that I don't have to answer to a boss. Whatever your motivation is, whatever your why is, that's why you get on the plane. Now your motivation, once you're on that, you can use that as motivation. Boom, you take off. Now that you're in the air, your motivation's died off. You've used all that takeoff fuel. Think about like 2 fuel tanks. You've taken off. You've used all that energy. Now you need to remind yourself why. Now you need to remind yourself and keep yourself disciplined. That's when you'll get to your destination.
Yeah, I'm big on intent. That's why I try and make sure that if I approach something or if I want to try something new, that I'm going into it with the right intention. If my intention is aligned with my morals and my beliefs, then normally what happens is that there's this drive to keep it going. There's this drive to, become better at this one thing. But if my intention is skewed from who I am as a person, it becomes super difficult for me to maintain that discipline, super difficult for me to maintain that momentum. So that I like this, like what Annie is saying. Motivation gets you started, but discipline keeps you going.
100%.
I don't see them as separate. I see them as stages of intention. So
Fair. Fair.
Intent is the goal. There's steps before that, and one of those steps is the motivation. The getting started. The other one is the discipline. I see it as one singular, long thing.
Yeah, think about it like a cup. A cup. It has a handle, and it has the cuppy bit. It has the body. The body of the cup is the discipline, and then you've got the motivation. Without the motivation, you wouldn't be able to pick the cup up because it'd be too hot. If you have tea in it, let's assume you have coffee, or tea, or something hot chocolate. I don't care. Without that motivation, you wouldn't be able to pick it up. It's too hot. So you need that motivation. Now, without the handle, without the body, you're just picking up a handle. You've not got the everything inside. You've not got the coffee, the hot chocolate, the tea, or whatever you're drinking. So you need both to be working simultaneously to succeed in drinking your coffee. Same goes with what Rich was talking about. They all work hand in hand. You can't have discipline without motivation. You can't have motivation without discipline. And you can't have motivation or discipline without intent. Perfection. Rich, drop that mic, my friend.
Yeah, that's why I'm staying silent, mate. Don't need to say anymore.
He doesn't need to say. He has dropped that invisible mic.
I'm looking at the market at the moment, and you were talking about EU earlier with a rally-based rally. There was a rally-based rally on the 15-minute. I'll
tell you what. Let's bring the chart up real quick, because I was just looking at AUD USD for Mr. Samacho. So let's jump on Euro USD. Show me what you're looking at, because bro, I'm seeing nothing, man.
No, I meant earlier.
Sorry. Fair.
Right now, it's still going slow. I mean, if I go onto the 15-minute, you can see earlier price was going towards the low of. This was the low of the day. This was the high of the day. We'd already taken the high of yesterday, so it just makes sense that if you're going to start pushing lower and you fail to take the previous day low, and you start pushing a little bit higher and creating higher lows. And higher highs in relation to the previous levels, that you're going to start pushing more bullishly. So this 15-minute base area over here, I completely missed. I can be dead honest with you, dude. I missed it completely. I was down on the 15-minute, and all I saw was I had this area over here marked out. The highs of the day was marked out, and I just saw, okay, we had a singular reaction off of it. It tried to push lower. It failed to take the low of the day, which is down here. Failed to take that, started pushing higher. I can basically just switch that off. There was a base over here, a small little 5-minute base, but I missed this. And there was an opportunity potentially for a buy there, but I think I'm going to wait for New York, because even though we do have a slight upward trend now, it's not nearly as volumetric as we had over here and over here. So a little subdued. We're waiting for New York. I was having a look at NASDAQ as well. I did take a trade on my personal account as we broke out of this consolidation area over here. I had this whole area basically marked up, and I just waited for a break. So on the close of this candle, I took a trade. I am currently still in this trade. It's currently sitting about 50 points. Yeah, it's about 50. It's almost there. I'm just aiming for this section up over here right now. So if it starts coming back and it starts showing that it's lost its upward momentum, then I'll just close it. Or I will close it just before New York session. But as it stands right now, I'm waiting for this one to play out on NAS. Gold has been doing nothing.
No, gold's literally just
dead.
Yeah.
The low of the day, we took the high of yesterday. The low of the day, I mean, we have this drop-based drop on the 5 minute. So if I take that whole area, you'll see that we just bounced right. Oh, sorry. We bounced right into it and have effectively just been jumping between these 2 points. So the low of the day and this base area over here, we have done nothing on gold. So gold is waiting for something to happen, for something to push it. No intention whatsoever to trade gold at the moment. GU, the same idea. We took the low of Tokyo over here. We just swept the high now with a little wick. We attempted to push back into it, and now it looks as though we're either going to make an equal high on the bodies and potentially start pushing maybe a little bit lower. We'll see how we take these little low swings over here before we maybe attempt to come and test down here again. For me, I don't really see any opportunity as of right now. This is very slowed. I don't like this action up over here. Even when we had this area over here broken, it was a little bit of consolidation. We broke above, we broke into it, and we started pushing up. But all of this movement up over here, all of this whole section here, is too subdued. If I go on to the 15 minute, we had a singular base, which was over here. And we've wicked into it multiple times and attempted multiple. So when I start seeing wicks like this, it doesn't give me a lot of confidence of it wanting to carry on pushing. Because it's just, if we consider what momentum is, it's, I'm not looking back. I am looking forward and I'm going forward. I don't want to see large wicks underneath an area if we're pushing volumetrically out of it, because it's like we're looking back the whole time. That's kind of like how I see momentum. So I don't really see a lot of momentum pushing out to try and take the highs of today, but that can change. That can change at any point in time. As of right now, it doesn't look great. If I look at the hourly as well, we're making like this U shape almost, and we have 2 minutes left, and then we're going to close this candle. Do you think we're going to take from where the candle is right now to the top of the wick in 2 minutes? I don't think so. Bar news, I don't think so. So I don't really like this wick above the daily high. So yeah, New York is going to be the one that's really going to tell me whether or not we want to go higher or lower. I'll probably just wait for New York as of right now. On all of them.
I don't blame you. I'm going to wait till... So I got to go do a couple of errands. I got to go Christmas shopping for some people. And then that's going to be my excuse to just walk away from the markets for a couple of hours. And I'm going to see what sort of later in New York says. So we got news out in about 32 minutes. And then hopefully by then I'm already off shopping, if I can get out quick enough. And then hopefully by the time I get back, should be about 3-ish, maybe 4-ish. I'm just going to see what happens over New York. So that should be enough time for me to sort of walk away, forget about the markets, allow everything to happen, settle in from news, and then data printed yesterday and all that good stuff, and then come back to the markets with a fresh head, and news has already settled in. So that's what I'm kind of hoping for later.
This trade of mine is not looking bad, mate. I am happy to see that we have this base area over here. We've broken above it, we wicked into it, and it seems as though we want to push up.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm going back to check it a little bit later on. Mate, I want to see what Naz has said after our conversation the other day. I want to see what Naz is going to do. Do you do US?
Oh,
is it Is it just Naz or like US? Like what assets is it?
Dude, I've only looked at NAS. However,
I'll tell you what.
With Pooley is in today has told me that if I want to trade NAS, use the S&P as well. Like have a look at the.
Yeah, I was going to say. I'll tell you what I'll do when I look at NAS later. I'll have a look at US30 and S&P, and I'll let you know. See if I see something similar. S&P, I can imagine I would, but it'd be interesting to see what US30 says. I think that'd be pretty.
US30 also not bad, mate. We had this whole area of consolidation over here at the bottom. We attempted a breakout, retested, started pushing up on the 15-minute. There's a singular base over here, which is great. This doesn't, I don't know if this really counts as a base, not enough movement, but if you have a look on the 15-minute, you can effectively, if I just remove that, you can see when we tried to push lower, it was much earlier in the day. This was the low push. We had this as a high swing point where it slowed its momentum. So you have consolidation between these 2 points. We're wicking above it. We're trying to push lower. We fail to break lower. So this area over here, this whole batch here is a higher low technically. And then you have this high point over here, which effectively is a new high in relation to the previous one. So if that was a high, you see that. And it's such a strong break, you could have, if you so wanted, to take a trade from there, either taken and put your stop loss down here and then try to look for another area where you had a base. This is another base area over here. And then you have the highs of the day. You have the highs of the day over here. That could be tested. And then you go down to the 15 and you see how it reacts. It breaks through this area of interest, wicks back into it and starts pushing up as an example. So that's something you could have done. I think my US tick almost took profit now. Oh, it's so close.
That's a really nice trade as well, mate. Really, really nice trade.
Oh, it's so close, mate. I'm going to have to close it before news though, because I don't.
Yeah,
I don't,
fair. Yeah,
I
for the
don't-
love of God, don't leave that open. Such a beautiful trade. Please do not leave that open over news.
I think I'm going to close it, mate. This 5-minute candle now with the wick, we didn't wick above that. I'm going to close it.
Yeah, I can't say I blame you. It's
Okay.
a nice trade. You've taken some cool profit out of it. What is that, 1 to 2? Is it 1 to 1?
It's slightly more than a 1-to-1.
Yeah, your overall TP was a 1 to 2 though, wasn't it?
Okay, so I basically closed there. So
That's a very nice trade.
yeah, so 25660.64. Obviously, I got a little slip, but this is good. This is a 52. So if my $40 per, let's say in this case 40 points according to TradingView, if that is 0.5%, then I have made slightly more than 0.5%. So I've made about 0.7% on this trade.
Yeah, nice, mate.
Can we have your input on US JPY, please? So JPY has been trying to push lower the whole day. So we took the high of the day over here. Wait, let's do this. Let's draw boxes. Boxes, I like boxes. This is the high of the day. This is the low of the day. We're at the low of the day at the moment. And the last time we were here, the last attempt to push lower was that candle over there. We effectively pushed out of it, came back into it, and then pushed volumetrically out of it. So this area where we are currently right now is an area of interest, though this big candle over here in relation to all of the other things that happen around it is a telling sign that there's a potential that we're going to break through this low of today. I can see us absolutely, I wouldn't say tank through, but I can see us push through the bottom of UJ. Let's have a look at the higher time frame and see if there's any areas. So let me just remove that.
So, guys, just while he does that real quick, there is now a poll up on the chat. So if you haven't already, go make a decision and go check out the poll. Go take a vote on what Will should do for Christmas. What should Will do for a Christmas fun account? Like I said, guys, I am no longer trading my live funded account over the Christmas period now. This is done until I land in Hong Kong. So I am going to open up an account just a bit of a light-hearted account. You know, I'm still going to take it very seriously. There's still going to be some high-value trades and some great trades in there. However, it's going to be something a little bit more fun. I'm not going to take too seriously. You know, if it passes, it passes. If I earn money, I earn money. If I don't, I don't. It's not going to be. I'm not going to cry over it. It's not going to be. It's not going to become part of like my actual, you know, career sort of thing. It's going to be like a bit of a fun, chill, relax, breathable holiday account. So let me know what you guys want to see me trade for the last few weeks of 2025. Would you like to see me trade a $100 personal account, or B, a 10K 5%ers challenge account? So 5ers account or $100 account. I feel like it would be easier for me to be profitable with the 10K account, but you know, I think
Dude, I would say 10K, mate.
I think it'd be fun to watch to see if I can flip a £100 account. 100. What do you reckon? 100 to 1,000 in 3 weeks.
But if there's this other intention which we spoke about in private, there's that other intention, which I think would be cool if you did that. But I still like the idea of just taking a 10K and then just absolutely ramming it up to 100K. This is what I'm seeing on UJ at the moment. I'm seeing some reasonably strong evidence to suggest that we're trying to push lower. This is on the hourly. Even if you look on the 4 hourly as well, this 4 hourly candle here, this one, is trying to push lower. But the thing is, we need to break lower than that high, or not that high, that low. And then I think we can come down to, let me go on the hourly for this. We can come down to 155 flat, 154.92. And then if that fails, we can go down to 154.70, 154.34. This is what I'm thinking. But this is now bar any sort of reaction from this low area over here. If we cannot break through the low of today. If we cannot break through, then we won't reach that. If we do not break through, there is a potential we can come back to the highs of the day. And then also there is a base area on the hourly for yesterday, just before the news, that price can potentially come to. Though I feel like the downward pressure is a little stronger as of right now. We do have a very nice area of interest where we are right now. So this going all the way through, yeah, it's almost like a supply and a support and resistance zone where we are right now. So we need to break through this. We need to break through the lows of the day, I think.
Supply and resistance, or support and demand?
Yeah, support and demand, supply and resistance. You can call it whatever you want to call it, mate. Yeah. God knows I just decided to call it something new. Supply and resistance, support and demand.
RBT instead of ICT, it's RBT, Richard Butler trading.
Yeah. We don't have an inner circle. It's more of a square.
The inner triangle. Oh.
Dude, that will take the idea of scam to the next level.
Could you imagine? Mate, you know what? You've been inspired.
Way at the top, and then way at the bottom is everybody else. And what's in the middle? I don't know. You're gonna have to try and figure out for yourself.
Mate, you've inspired me to come out with the ultimate scam, the inner triangle trading. Oh, mate, can you imagine? Dude, I mean, that might just work. Like, no, okay, don't actually scam it. Like, but that might just go viral. People may look at this and be like, this is so triggering. It is now the new ICT, because that is what virality is. People go viral because it triggers someone. You know, like, can you imagine that would infuriate like ICT traders? But then everyone who refuses to be ICT traders, but kind of like the concepts and the ideas, they'd be like, in a triangle trading is so much better, just to wind up the ICT traders. Bro, you would create like two
You'd start a war, mate.
You'd create a trading war amongst two different two different, I don't even know what you'd call them, cult movements.
Steve was saying with the news is in 20 minutes, so we will see what happens with UJ. I agree. I personally, I wouldn't trade anything right now, not this close to news, and it is unemployment news, so it is a biggie.
Big news. Justin Trader said my no-nos.
$100, what should I do, personal or funded 50K? Funded 50K, mate.
No, because that's just a serious account then. I'd take that that's not a holiday account.
Dude, $100 or the potential to make 50 times that amount.
I may as well just buy 100K then.
You've already got one. You can't have another one.
Yeah, fair point. But do you see what I mean? Like, at what point do you actually start getting serious with the account? That's why it has to be a low account, because it's an account that is just... Huh?
That's why I said get a 5 or a 10K. Go for a smaller account. One that
that's
you
why
can
I said
play
a $100 account or a 10K account.
And here's the thing: it's going to cost you a lot less than the $100 that you're going to try and make £1,000. You're going to have to 10x your account, where you can just go 10% gain on a 5K, and you've already got 50% of the way there. And with a 10K, with 10%, you're already there. It's like, dude, why do you want to roll this massive boulder through mud when you can, like, have a
funny, Rich? Because it would be funny to watch. Like, right? Okay. Would you want to see someone do something properly, or would you want to see them absolutely bodge it? You'd want to see someone bodge it because it makes you laugh. Like, when was the last time you looked at cute cat videos compared to like funny cat videos on YouTube?
Okay, so I'm going to tell you something about myself.
You watch cute cat videos, not funny.
I have a very simplistic sense of humor. Very, very simplistic. So if somebody accidentally misjudged a fart, I find that hilarious. If a kid runs and, I don't know, falls flat, I find that hilarious. So I get to experience these things every single day. Like, I watch that. That's my humor, dude. It's very simplistic. It's very, you're an idiot. I find that funny. So I laugh every single day, mate. And you know why? Because I get to stream with you, and it's the same idea as someone misjudging a fart or like a kid running.
Wow, what's that mean? What are you trying to say, Rich?
The intention is so pure, but the outcome is so hilarious.
I have my moments, to be fair. I'll give you that one. Anyway, moving on. Sidebar. We've got two absolute legends in the market with us today. How are we doing, Pedro and Victor? What's good, my man?
Oh, good, man. Great chatting here. How are you, Victor?
I'm not misidentifying anything here. Any acoustic for anything else, just for the record. And I have the best intentions as well.
Would you two like to join me and Rich's new cult movement? It's called Inner Circle Triangle. Inner Triangle Trading.
You just botched it. You see what I mean?
I know what you mean. I just botched that. I tried. Would you like to join our Inner Triangle Trading? Wow, that feels like a tongue twister for some reason.
So to be ITT?
And
ITT, exactly.
Yeah.
And what does it entail? I'm all up for it, but are we gonna be moving in triangles?
Basically, yeah.
It's a 3-prong attack, guys. 3-prong attack. But we'll talk in private.
Yeah, we'll discuss.
Go
we'll discuss.
ahead.
the mentorship in private.
Yeah.
The power of the pyramid.
Yeah, exactly.
We're allowed to
Yeah.
call it a pyramid. That has already been coined. Some other industry has
Oh,
already
is it?
coined the term pyramid, so we're not allowed to use that. We're going to use triangle.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Okay, so you mean the what 4,000 old trademark somewhere in the Middle East? That's what you mean.
Yeah.
But
So
they're not supposed to know.
yeah.
Don't give it away.
So
What's new,
how you
guys?
guys been doing after the interest rate decision yesterday, the lowering of the interest rate? Have you guys been in any trade afterwards?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay.
I've actually stopped trading my 100k live account now, so I'm no longer trading my my prop account. I've pressed pause on that until the new year now. However, what I am going to be doing is we've managed to put a poll up where there's 45 votes on so far, which is super cool, and it's super close. So guys, like, I am going to do whatever the majority votes to do. So whoever wins this vote, I will then trade. I will then choose that account, and from Monday onwards I will be trading that account. So I'm going to be moving over onto a fun Christmas account, which I don't really care too much on the outcome. It's going to be a little bit more of what can I do with this small account. It's either option A, which is a $100 personal account, or option B, a $10,000 5ers challenge account. Now, I'm going to trade that from Monday until the day I land in Hong Kong. Because once I land in Hong Kong, I'll be back on my $100,000 live funded account. But until then, it's going to be my holiday Christmas account.
When are you landing in Hong Kong? When is that?
I fly on the 6th, so I'll be landing on 7th, so I'll probably start trading on the 8th of Jan.
So yeah, you have 3 weeks to pass both phases, correct?
I have, either, and this is what I mean. So I have 3 weeks to pass phase 1, phase 2 on a 10K, or I just see what I can do with the $100 account and either try not to blow it or see if I can make like $1,000 on it.
Okay, so we are going for the 10K. I think that's the majority. Everyone's going for the 10K. I think Richard was also mentioning the 10K. I think it's a more challenging.
Yeah, 57% 10K, 43% $100.
So how are you going to approach it risk-wise? Are you going to kind of start slow, but as the timeline gets closer, you're going to just
going
to increase it?
The first couple of trades are going to be high risk, so it's going to be like 1-2% risk. See how I can do on the account. And then if it does well, fantastic. I'll keep that risk up until I take a loss. The minute I take a loss, then again, it'll all depend on whether if I go straight into drawdown, then boom, it'll be straight into like proper, like nice below 1% risk. If it's above drawdown, like if it's in like some good profit, I'll just risk the profits that I've earned from the trading, like my trading profits as risk.
What was your intention with the $100 account? How were you going to trade that?
I'll take that day by day. I have no idea. However I feel on the day. I'll take A+ setups. Okay. I'll take depending on the setups. If it's a B setup, I'll risk probably like $1 per trade, $2 per trade. If it's like an A+ setup, I'll risk like $10, $20 per trade.
How many trades do you take a day?
Average usually on these accounts, like when I'm live streaming, two trades per day, maybe.
$5 a trade, minimum.
Yeah. Okay. That's you mean on the live account, the personal account?
Yeah, on the $100 account.
Or that's minimum. So if it's like an A+
minimum,
setup,
that's okay. And so you do you have like why do you want to be risking that much?
Just fun, innit?
Fun?
Yeah, just a bit of fun.
When is fun part of the why is fun part of the equation? I'm not sure.
I was about to say to Victor, this does not compute. He's like,
Yeah, no, like, Will, what are you doing?
But it's a lot of entertaining. I'm pretty sure, and I think there's a lot of lessons as well because you're pushing your system probably to the max.
Oh yeah,
So there's
no,
there's
it will. Yeah, it'll be pushing like $100. You know, what's that? A meal? You know, I could spend $100 on a meal accidentally. So it's like, okay, I won't take the missus
you're
on.
disciplined.
Yeah, I just won't take the missus on date night this month. You know, so
how do you spend $100 accidentally on meal?
See?
It's in a bottle of wine or something.
Yeah, bro, like, yeah. Actually, no, to be fair, if I'm out with the missus, we don't drink. So, I don't know, like starters, 2 mains.
But that's deliberate.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not actually accidentally. It's not like, oh, that's an $80 meal. Oh, here's 100. Oh, shit, give it back.
No. Oh, there goes. Oh.
Yeah.
So Will, do you check your bill at the end of the dinner?
Yes, sometimes. Yeah, I do.
Line by line?
No, I'm not that bad. Like scrutinizing it. I didn't pay for that. I didn't eat that at all. Actually, I left 4 pieces of broccoli.
All right. No, it's yeah. Go ahead.
I got to shoot because this is my time to speak to the missus, and she's just on lunch now, so she just tried calling me. So I'm going to skedaddle and jump on a quick phone call. So I shall see you all later on. Have a fantastic weekend, guys, because I'm not going to see you now until Monday. And I shall keep an eye on this poll, see how we get on. By the looks of it, I'm going to be purchasing a $10,000 account, which is going to be a lot of fun. So, guys, thank you. Accidentally launched by Will. Guys, thank you so much. If you have enjoyed today's stream with myself and Rich and other Rich, in fact, if you've enjoyed the Will Davis Rich sandwich, then make sure to smash out the like button. Make sure if you are new here that you have hit that subscribe button, and we shall see you all Monday. Well, I'll see you Monday. But
El mañana. El mañana.
Well, it won't be El mañana because we're not here El mañana.
Well, el next week.
Yeah, next week. I shall see you all next week. See you later, guys. Have a great one. Big thumbs up for these two underneath me here. So, Rich and Pedro and Victor. See you later, guys. And Rich, I shall see you tomorrow.
Always fun to have you on the stream, William. Always fun.
See you later, guys.
Cheers, Will. Yeah, tomorrow morning we'll have our Friday wind down where we just trade demo accounts and try and see who can make the most amount of profit. And then whomever doesn't make the most amount of profit gets turned into a unicorn. A lot of fun.
How is everyone watching doing today? I'm eager to know how you guys are doing, even though I can't see any comments, so I think I'll have to get out of the studio and come back because there's probably some bug.
No, you don't have to go out of the studio. We all have a problem where we cannot see the chat. So what you may need to do is open up YouTube, and then from there, it seems as though there's a problem with the streaming software at the moment.
All right, I thought I was special. Ha!
You are special.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
But you're not alone.
We're all special, you mean?
All right, guys, I'm also going to pop out. See you all next week, Monday. If I don't speak to you again, have a lovely weekend. Everybody in chat, guys, enjoy your Friday, the rest of today, and then the weekend. Trade safely, trade according to your plan, and be careful. There is high impact news coming out in 6 minutes. So I'll see you all next week.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Warning, Richard B, to be specific. On Thursday, we need to specify which Richard.
What's a Richard sandwich? Top bun, bottom bun, and then Will in the middle.
But in this case, it's not a sandwich, so it's a top bun, or
you can choose. Bun? Like you can have the top bun, and then a Pedro and a Victor. I don't know, patty and potentially like toppings or bottomings. It's up to you. But you need stability. You need a base, and I'm the base. So I'm the bottom button. Yes.
And you do like to trade bases, so it makes a lot of sense.
I mean, it's almost as if I did not come up with it right now, and it's like I was thinking about this previously.
That's prophetic.
Anyway, guys, cheers. Next week. Bye.
All right, take care.
Thank you, Richard.
It's always great energy with these fellow hosts, Will and Rich. Pedro, how are you doing?
What's up, Peter?
Let me use my very high-tech webcam here to. I'm traveling to change the composition of the screen. So, Pedro, how are you? How are you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Trying to see now what opportunities we are going to have. We finally broke away from this range on the dollar, on the euro, a little bit on the pound as well. So maybe new opportunities on the FX pairs are going to appear. For the gold traders, it's still the same. Unfortunately, gold is still kind of stuck within the same range, so that's maybe a bit harder to trade. But mostly, I'm looking for also the US indices to try to look for a short. Yesterday, I didn't really manage to cut the short on the NASDAQ. Maybe today, if price goes a little bit higher. That was the idea, and it continues to be now the idea. Even though this bigger move to the downside that you had overnight, I didn't manage to catch it. But let's see today. Aside from that, I'm good. I'm a bit tired. I started to play paddle recently, so I went to play paddle early in the morning, but I'm good now. She's good.
Great. I heard it's great for your for conditioning, for your as a cardio, because you're always moving, right? You're constantly moving.
Yeah, you are. But be careful also with your knees, with your hands, and stuff like that. So we need to also do some stretching, otherwise the knees may start hurting in the process. But it's good. How are you? Any trades? Anything that you're looking for now that the market finally moved a little bit? What are you looking at on the euro, on the pound?
Yeah, the euro is quite interesting. But before we do so, the comments, I suppose we can't put them on the screen anymore because we can't see them on the platform. Can you see the comments?
No, I cannot see the comments. So what I'm doing is basically I have a YouTube page up on the site, and I'm just looking at the comments from the YouTube page instead of looking from the stream.
Okay.
Yeah, that's basically.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so that's basically what we're doing. Unfortunately, guys, we cannot bring our comments into the stream because there's no way for us to do that because we cannot see your comments on the stream platform. But we're going to be paying attention. So I can see that the Backorps mentioned that there's maybe a gold quasi mode on the 5 minutes time frame. So maybe we can potentially take a look at that. And if you guys are looking at any other asset, any other pair, feel free to also let us know. We can maybe take a look into it as well. And of course, mention a little bit the time frame while looking for longs, for shorts, so that can also help us to understand what is your bias and to be more specific on the replying to your question.
Yeah, someone said rest in peace dollar yen. That would be interesting to look at as well. We see I'm trying to read the comments, getting used to watching it from a different place, but that's all about, as traders as well. We need to be flexible and ready to adapt to new market condition. In this case, it's the comment section condition, but it's all the same, right? Difference changes is a very constant of life. So yes, what I was going to say is that the euro dollar is in a very interesting place as a swing trader, and since I'm traveling, I'm less watching the stream, not watching the stream, watching price less actively. I'm still constantly watching, not constantly, but I mean regularly during the day, and I still trade a couple of hours a day, but much less than than normal. So what I do is I pick and choose the moments that I trade. So I scalp usually, and then the rest is trying to look for higher time frames opportunities since I have less time available. But we are in a quite interesting place and on the daily. I will be showing that in a short while. I don't think I'm sharing my
No, not yet.
screen yet. Yeah. So let me see how I should be doing that. Let me check that. Okay. So yes, I'll be doing that in by that I mean share my screen shortly with you guys, and that should be in there in no time. All right. So great. So yes, shall we dive straight into it?
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
Let's see what you are looking at. Actually, the news just came out, to be honest. I don't know if there's any movement, but the news
Let's
just
take
came
on
out.
the 1 minute. Yes, not really. There is somewhat movement. It's just started. It was like 30-40 minutes seconds ago. I mean, the market is now getting a start, as we can see. Let me double check you guys are seeing that. Yes, you are. But more importantly, I would like to check on the higher time frames, right? Because of course this is important. What the market will do. This could be a beginning of a bigger move, longer, like a next impulsive leg, up or down. So that's why it's important to be watching and seeing the reaction, how the price action develops as the news is getting digested by the market. But let's start from the higher time frame. So, all right. So we do have on the monthly time frame the head, left, and neckline. And first, already we made a retest of a entry order block short on the quasi. The quasi is what I just indicated. And if we go deeper or closer in, let's do that. We can see that we are now retesting. Now, this is, I think, this month and perhaps next month, depending on how price reacts to this, is going to be quite interesting for price. Let me for whatever is going to be happening next, because if we break this level, right, this order block, then automatically, to me, it means that price is likely to be going to this much bigger order block, which is above us, which brings us into some more uncertainty. Since it's quite big, it's going to take a long time before we get some resolution, some conclusion as to whether that structure is going to hold or not. So it's going to be interesting to see if the market is able to invalidate that structure right there, the entry order block short on the monthly time frame. Remember, I'm saying here monthly, so very, very significant for the price action. The following months, basically 2026, will be all over. The effect of these structures holding or breaking are going to be perhaps the move of 2026, because it's a monthly time frame. If we get a squeeze and then perhaps come back and then a follow through movement, maybe in the early months of next year, that could dominate the sentiment for 6 months afterwards. Meaning, you could be that would be like the theme, the direction of the market for EU. So we are right here. We have a fresh order block, not fresh, a entry order block on the quants that was reacted before, and then on the second time we came around, it had a much clearer and decisive reaction, which is that engulfing. You see right there, that engulfing created a fresh order block that we are now retesting, and that's why it is so significant. Now, the retest of the order block means that automatically, based on price action, in the current area, not the structure to the left, but in the current area where we are, we should expect at least some kind of a push or a reaction from this order block. Not a complete change of trend, not yet. We don't have indication of that's going to happen, although it could because of the structure, the bigger structure to the left. But at least a reaction so far as that is highly likely to happen. So a reaction, and that in itself already is something we should try to catch, because it's still, even if it's just a reaction, it's the monthly time frame. That could be a month or two or even three before the market continues the trend to the upside without changing direction. And it could be a change in direction as well. So both of them are great opportunity or even greater opportunity, basically what it is. So we are in this fresh order block being retested. Let's go to the weekly. So as you can see, it is getting very excited if you see this, because if this order block on the monthly holds, that could be, as I said, that could be the basis of so many setups coming up in the following months. So here we are. The weekly time frame has not shown a structure yet, or a structural break, I should say. That's the neckline. That would be the left shoulder, the head right here, and the neckline, and it hasn't been broken. Now that is perhaps indicative of the strength of the market, meaning that as long as that break is not happening, the chances of a trend on the higher time frame macro weekly, a trend directional change is not very high, right? Because if the market is going to break, there's no other way. It needs to break this structure before so. But that could still be in the future. So the fact that it hasn't broken it yet doesn't mean it's not going to break it in the future. But so far as it hasn't broken it, we should assume that the market is still strong, and whatever reaction we get will be probably short-lived. Still on the weekly, so you can that could be plenty of pips, 3-4 weeks a move, even without breaking that structure. That means we are, you can safely swing trade this multiple times before it even breaks that weekly structural low. The other thing we have is we do have a fresh weekly within the monthly, right? So we have this is 4, 6, 8, 9, the ninth candle since the creation of this order block on the weekly time frame that is being retested. It is below the 10 bar, so it is still fresh, even in the general cutoff number. Not a part of a quasi, but still fresh, and that gives us a reason to trade it. And the fact that we have the monthly and the weekly, they're overlapping. They're much more than just overlapping. One is including the other one. You should go to the daily and look for daily reasons to take this area. And if we do that, you'll see that on the daily we do have a bullish quasi right here. This being the left shoulder, the head, the neckline, which was already broken. So if price comes lower, that would be the area to be buying based on the whole bigger structure. But that's not at play right now, right? So the structure is in the opposite direction, which is this is the quasi being the established uptrend. It takes it away, break the neckline, and comes back to one of these two structures that, if the market is going to reverse, are likely to be used as structural, inflection points. And we are at one of them too, right? So that's what it's in, and it's aligned. We have the daily reason, which is the entry order block bearish for for price to reverse from. We have the weekly, which is the fresh order block, and you have the monthly, which is also a fresh, which also is after a entry order block on the monthly that was reacted upon. So you have a lot of things that make a lot of time frames, a lot of confluence, a lot of indication that there is a very serious probability that market, not now, not today, but I mean one of these structures on might be, there is that scenario, might be of a reversal coming up, and this is the moment basically, right? When I say this, it's still not today, this week, or even this month, but I mean this is the opportunity. These are the structures that could be used for a much bigger move, something like that. And it could be that price uses something a little bit higher, who knows. But it is, I think, a very exciting moment for EU, because it is on that crossroad kind of a place of, traffic lights. It wants to decide whether it wants to go left or right, and whatever happens, whatever decision it eventually goes, is going to be so consequential for price action afterwards, right? Because it's going to change everything. If we break this level, the monthly, and continue higher, that changes the market structure completely, or the reversal. Even, both of them will confirm or break current structures and change, direction and impulses for a long time. So we are right there. Now, there are, being here at the daily, this is the daily order block, and you can see that this is the trade that I'm still, I think I put this idea when we were perhaps much lower, maybe even, who knows, maybe even like a month ago. And we haven't, but now, today, we are getting into this area. So I'm keen to watch for that opportunity, that signal that the market has hit on something that's going to reverse that. So far, that's not the case. The market is not indicating anything, bearish. The sentiment. I mean, we just had the interest rate cut yesterday, and it is, on the back of that, it is just, very bullish. And to be fair, momentum wise, it's probably going to be pushing some more. We haven't broken anything that at all. We'll see that on the lower time frames. So let's take a look on the H4 if we can see what else we see. If we can see any indication of market already switching, and the reality is not at all. The market is in bullish order flow. Completely, you can see impulsive move, a little consolidation, and then a big impulsive move again. And so we need to just follow what the market, listen and follow what the market is telling us. Right now, the market is bullish, and whatever scenario and alignment on the daily, weekly, and the monthly that I was just talking about needs to be, paused or be put in the fridge, so to speak, and wait for the moment if it comes and starts telling us that it wants to reverse. But that's not the case yet. So the timing isn't here yet. The area is is right, but market needs to show us it has hit on something to reverse, and that's not the case yet. So I think it's getting, as the end of the year is getting closer, it's getting more and more interesting to get that definitive sign that the market is going to continue, break the reversal pattern that we have here on the daily and the weekly and the monthly, the structures, the fresh order blocks, or not. And that makes it very exciting. There's one thing I wanna tell before we continue. You guys have seen it already on the screen, and that's the following. We have let me show it here. We have there's something here I want to do in the background before we continue, because I think it might make my stream a bit more. Yes, okay. So yeah, let me check that. So what we do have is this quasi. I'm gonna make it as simple as I can. Right, so this is the established uptrend, or downtrend, I should say, right here. And now, for the first time, we broke through that level. See that? So we broke the neckline. This isn't the structural low, not in this time frame. Structural high, swing high, sorry. So now for the first time we broke it, and that will, if the market is going to go and break all these structures, which, is one of the scenarios, the question is, where do you get in? And to me, now has the moment arrived because of the break of that neckline, that we have a quasi. Now we can go and measure the quasi long, right? And indicate all the areas that are, you got just one here, and let me mark it, which is this. We already have it here. So I'll be looking to go long. This is against the higher time frame alignment I just talked about. But hey, we don't know in advance which of the two is going to go, right? So you take whatever opportunity the market is giving us, and you make use of it. Let's see. We have let me check something here, because it seems to me that probably I need to adjust some things here. Okay, all right. So we have the template on, this would be the daily entry order block, which would be this area, right? And on the weekly, we haven't closed above, so we haven't broken this level yet. But it's actually, we should make it smaller, because it's clearly not relevant. It's clearly not holding price. And if anything, the current one is the one that we should be looking. So on the daily, we have one structure here, right, which is a long structure, meaning that price, if price is going to go and continue to go higher, this would be the best area, the optimal area to get long from, right? So it is for those who are watching and interested in what level I'm talking about, it is from the, let me highlight this a little bit more so we can see the level. Yeah, the level is 1.1555, 55.3, and 1.1596.0, right? So I would be waiting for price to come back to this area, then to look for that reversal on the lower time frame and to take that long. And at the same time, or actually right now, I'm already looking for the short for where we are right now, which the entry order block is 117.14.6 and 117.594. So these are the two areas for the swing time frames to get in short from there and long from the other side. And you set your TP according to your risk profile and risk appetite. So let me check. So that's what I have on the market, or on the chart. On the lower time frame, I can already see by the way that I trade that there isn't anything for me to trade, not with order blocks and quasis, on let's say on the hourlies, because the market is is an impulsive move and is basically in discovery mode, meaning it needs to start creating structures or come back to already created structures for me to participate, right? We just here, it hasn't closed yet. It's going to close in 12 minutes, but you can see that it had no issue with that H4 order block to break it. So that's something likely to be taken out in 10 minutes or so. And the market is just pushing forward like nothing. And it's all about the central bank decision, of course. So that can continue to go during the day and even perhaps tomorrow. Who knows? That's on EU. Back to you, Pedro.
Interesting. Thank you for showing me especially the monthly candle. I actually didn't really pay attention to that monthly candle, but now it's on my radar as well as a potential zone where price can bounce, or at least some sellers can say hi to the market, which at this point is basically just buyers in the market. We do have a small gap, to be honest, which price I think is about to fill. It's a gap from a long time ago, at least on this server, but I think even in other servers, I think it's the same thing. Let me just check one thing, 1 second. To actually yeah, it's also in another servers. So we have this small gap in here, which is going to be potentially closed at 117.39. Price is in this line now, so price is literally approaching that to close the gap from all the way from October, the 3rd of October. From this year. So I'm curious just to see how price may react a little bit, may have a little bit of a reaction, but price is so aggressive at this point that I will not just be jumping into any shorts like that. And personally, I'm not even the biggest fan of this structure here to look for a sell, at least on the lower time frame. On the monthly or on the daily, maybe you don't see so many weeks, but if you are actually just following basically the supply levels or order boxes were maybe created around here, it looks like this one was already touched, and you created this one, it's already touching there, and this one was created in there, which is already touching there, and this one here is basically, this is the last one. So it looks like it's already been compressed a little bit. So who knows if euro actually then jumps into the next level, and then you're looking close to 117.89 or 80, almost 118. Basically, that's kind of the next potential level that I'll be looking for, and then that takes us a little bit closer to these left shoulders as well on the from the left side on the euro dollar. But for now, let's see how price may react from this region that is about to close the gap that is in there. But in here, personally, I'm not the biggest fan of anything that is inside this level. And this is not the euro move. Like, we can agree that this is not euro move. This is actually a dollar move. This is what's going on right now is mostly also the dollar that is falling and not the euro that is being strong. And that's visible then when you're looking at the other time frames. Not time frames, at another pairs like the pound, like the dollar yen, and so on. Like, so everything that is related to the dollar is moving quite a lot. So then we do need to pay attention to the dollar index to see where potentially we can have those or that move also. Basically, where are the buyers on the dollar? We do have that gap on the dollar as well. So we are looking at here at the 3rd of February, which was basically a weekend gap that was never closed. So that will push us a little bit towards this level. So euro is almost closing that gap. The dollar definitely still has more space to potentially fill or to close the gap that was created all the way back in October. So you can see that at this point, euro and the dollar, they're a little bit different comparing where price is reacting on the left side. And maybe that's actually the next destination on the dollar. At least for me, I think I'm not the biggest fan of where this low is, and I think price actually could just continue to drop and eventually take this low. And if you actually then look into this maybe 97.8, it's a little bit with some structure. You can see that price may have respected a few levels in here in the past. Also has this last top that created this last low. Usually that's a good level where price tends to find some resistance or support. Same thing in here. So maybe price can find a little bit of something in here. Otherwise, we'll just continue to move forward. But personally, I don't think I'll be interested in looking for longs within this low at this point. It was a good continuation to the downside. I think on Tuesday, I did mention that fact that we had a little bit of this when I was in the live streaming here, that we had a little bit of this still potentially demand zone that was still holding price, but we did manage to break structure at around this level. And if this level would hold, basically this demand zone, this supply level or this top precisely, most likely would have a follow through in the continuation to the downside after this break of structure and continuation to the downside. At this level where price actually reacted, actually closed another gap in there, it was a great level to expect the continuation. And when I saw that, that's basically how I started to position, even though I didn't really manage to catch anything. I didn't like where the way euro and the pound were moving, but the direction at least was correct. And it is kind of a typical edge. So if anyone even likes to trade this type of patterns, maybe you could have managed to benefit from it. But right now, I would just wait a little bit more for the dollar to move to the downside. Usually Thursdays after the US Open, close to 3 p.m., UK time. Tends to be a good day for reversals. So let's see if we're going to actually have them today. So basically after the US Open, so basically in 35 minutes, 40 minutes or 1 hour, potentially we may have a little bit of a bounce. Let's see where the dollar is going to be at that level. But at this point, it's quite weak. And as you can see, it's not really showing any weakness whatsoever. This is a great continuation pattern that price is created in here. Creates a little bit of a range, breaks another low, fake outs the range, and then kind of comes in back and comes respect this left shoulder, where actually the top is reacting from the previous level of support resistance. This is a typical continuation pattern. If anyone wants to kind of trade it, it's kind of a similar quasi-model, as a quasi-model, more of a continuation instead of a reversal. Which in this case was not exactly Cosmode because we never managed to break this low to go back there. But you can pay attention to the left shoulder, and usually after the fake out, you can look for trades at the left shoulder level, especially if the top is reacting from a good level. In this case, it's definitely reacting from the previous level support resistance, so you can anticipate that pattern as a continuation. It happened the same thing on the dollar franc Swiss this morning. So that's a little bit on the dollar. When I'm looking at it, the pound as well, when I'm looking at the pound, all these looks compressed, so I will not be surprised whatsoever that after basically take this top, which was maybe one of the last surprise levels in there, that price is going to just feel everything, because again, compression is exactly that. Okay, compression is exactly price moving away from a level while taking every single orders with it. So basically cleaning every order as it goes down, and this can happen in the past as it can happen eventually in the future, and you can try to take advantage of this opposite move as a trade from here to there, or when price is just now revisiting this level after 1 day, 2 days, 1 week, 2 weeks to 1 month, you can try to maybe be careful in terms of trying to just short this area if you actually see that price just moved away like this. So I'm actually not surprised that we have just a strong bullish candle, basically feeling a little bit of this structure, because a lot of this has been collected already on the way down, where maybe the next level is going to be a little bit higher. So yeah, we'll see what will happen. I'll be looking for eventually reversals, but I need to see that weakness in here and a little bit of strength on the dollar to try to look for that.
I'm going to get out of the room for 30 seconds or so and get back in from a different browser.
Okay. All right.
See you guys in a bit.
Okay. Guys, is any of you trading the euro or the pound or any dollar related pair? If you are, just let us know on the chat what is your take. Actually, what levels actually do you expect eventually, for example, the euro on the pound to look for shorts, or if you are looking still for longs and looking for continuation to the upside, where are you trying to be involved in the market? So if you want to share your levels with us, feel free to do so, while we maybe can take a look at something else. Scott is saying that the chart on euro dollar looks amazing on the 30 minutes time frame. Scott, what are you looking at? Why do you say it looks amazing? It looks amazing because it's just moving to the upside, or why are you saying that? Because you can see the dollar is literally now approaching that gap, right? So it's basically closing the gap and finding a little bit of selling pressure as it's getting really close to that level. Of course, price can potentially just bounce around this level and continue to push higher. So even that, or even go a little bit deeper into today's price action, it can also be a level where price can hold and go to the upside. So, for example, something that I would like to see on the euro dollar, it would be maybe for price to actually come back into this demand zone, hold it, start taking a little bit of these orders, and then continue to go a little bit to the upside, and then eventually start seeing a bit more weakness until we have a little bit more of a clear break of structure that can maybe lead us into this level. But at this point, I see potential reaction from here. I can even see a potential reaction from this level, and the euro still continue to push a little bit more to the upside. At around this level, to be honest. So we'll see. But definitely the euro now is approaching the gap that we just talked about. I don't even know if I can go all the way there in October. Yep, just switch as I'm getting there. I cannot. So we can see it on the 15 minutes. So there you go. So we have that. Where are we? Yep. So in here, it's basically where the euro is basically now reacting.
There's a lot of interest for gold. Maybe we can take a look at gold.
Yeah, let's take a good look
as well.
Yeah, so what do we have on gold, right? So gold, basically, it was the only asset that didn't really broke through the range where it was stacking for the last couple of weeks, correct? So again, gold doesn't really change absolutely anything. This actually was a potentially great trade and Quasimodo to the upside. Okay, because we actually had a left shoulder where price turning, and then we had a little bit of a break to the upside in here, and price just literally come back to the left shoulder. On the live stream yesterday, we actually managed to catch this long just before the announcement. I think we were in here, but because we protected our trades all the way below these lows, and because we do have a 3-to-1 risk reward, it takes us that our target is actually above structure. In any other circumstance, the target should definitely have been within this supply level and not expect a breakthrough. Okay, so if by any chance, if there was no rule of the 3-to-1 that we kind of have on our own Portuguese challenge, I would have closed the trade, at least taken some profit as soon as price is approaching this top. But this one, again, as a trade within the range, and this kind of an example of what we talked about 2 weeks ago, maybe, in terms of my approach. Basically, price broke a little bit this range that is holding price down. It starts opening the door to go higher, and then with some kind of manipulation, eventually it moved to the upside. This demand zone was definitely still fresh, and price actually went to the upside after that. But in reality, if you actually look a little bit bigger, is stuck in the range, and it's again in the middle. Like, you almost can draw a middle line in here, and you can decide, do you really want to trade in here? I saw a few guys mentioning that maybe they are long, others saying that maybe it's a good level to look for a short. It's literally within the levels. So when you are looking at this structure, where it would make sense actually to try to look for a trade where you could potentially get some kind of risk reward, I would say at the extremes. Right? I think that would be the ones that make sense. In here, anything in here in the middle, you are going to get faked out, and then price may go in your direction after you are out, or price will go just a little bit, but that's maybe not enough risk reward. Unless you are avoid trading just a 5 minutes time frame, and maybe you can try to find something, and maybe you can try to trade within this range. But again, this range is not really that valid. Price can even go a little bit closer to that one, and maybe you're going to be stopped out if you are just trying to go long from here. Or if you're trying to short again, just pushing it, price can easily just maybe fake out this level. For example, many people maybe were shorting here. There you go, just got stopped out, and price just goes. So now you can maybe say, and that I think one person mentioned the Quasimodo on 5 minutes. One thing about the Quasimodo is that you potentially can find Quasimodos almost everywhere. Okay, it's not difficult to find a Quasimodo in the charts. You can find this almost everywhere, and maybe you can find it in here. Now, one tip that I would like maybe to share in terms of Quasimodo is that you want to find a Quasimodo within a good structure that increases the probability of this pattern to work and to play out. If you are trying to trade Quasimodos in the middle, when there is maybe not exactly any structure to kind of support if this is a reversal or not, you may just get faked out, maybe get into a bigger Quasimodo eventually in here, and that is going to reduce a lot your winning percentage, and maybe actually you're going to start saying that Quasimodos doesn't really work. And the same thing with Quasimodo is with any other pattern. You can maybe try to trade a pattern, but if you constantly try to trade a pattern everywhere, and if you are not a little bit more specific on where do you want to see that pattern being created, most likely that's not going to work that well. Otherwise, it would be quite easy just to put an algorithm, identify Quasimodos, and you can trade Quasimodos from absolutely everywhere. The problem is, or the key here is to find where do you want to look for it. And that's the difference. Like the same thing, if you're playing football, you can maybe try to shoot to have an attempt to score a goal, but if you're constantly shooting from the middle of the pitch, good luck with that. Like, not every time you're going to try to score it, or maybe once in 100 attempts. Now, if you're inside the box, maybe you could already increase the likelihood that you're going to be able to score a goal because you are way closer, and the probability is there for you. Yeah, go ahead, Vitors. What are you looking at gold?
Let me put my screen on and we'll start looking at gold. In the meantime, I was let me see if I can have my screen on. Yes, I was. Actually, I wanted to ask you if my frames per second was optimal, or at least high enough when I was talking before, because I did see that perhaps I needed to switch the browser. Did you notice anything?
From where?
Frames per second. Was I robotic in the frames per second?
No. I don't think so. I think you were okay.
Okay.
At least your voice was just normal. Sometimes I was not looking at you, but your voice was fluid.
Okay.
There was no problems.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so let me go back and there. Okay. So yes, let us take a look at. I'll put my screen on and we can break it down to mine. Let's see.
One second,
From the top.
One second,
Go
because
ahead.
it disappeared. Now you are in the screen. Now they can see.
Okay. All right. And guys, even though we're not very reactive to the comments, perhaps, when Pedro was talking, I meant to go into comments and pick out, those that we want to engage. But since I was, fixing things on the background, I didn't. So we might not react to your questions right away, or not with the swiftness that we intend to have. However, keep on writing. I will, and Pedro is right now. I can see his eyes. He's right now checking the comments. So you are being heard as always. We try to read every comment, and even if we don't react right away, our intention is there to react eventually. The other thing that I wanted to say was that don't forget to hit the like button. We are at 91.6 subscribers. Hit the like button, subscribe, because not long ago we had a massive giveaway of 50 accounts. It wasn't too long ago when we hit 90,000, and we're already well on our way to hitting the next milestone, which is 100K, and it's going to be even bigger, right? How can it not be even bigger? So hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you think we are helping you and assisting you in becoming a better trader. I strongly believe the opportunity is there. It's for you to put in your work, pay attention, write notes, react to us, come to the Discord if you have more questions, and keep on asking why. Why is this? How can I become better? What am I doing wrong? Keep on asking those critical questions, and soon enough you will see growth. All right, so let's get back to the chart. You guys have been seeing just staticness. I was seeing as well that my cursor, when I was talking about EU, that my cursor was quite lagging, but I wasn't sure if it was only me seeing that and you guys didn't. All right, so on the higher time frame, there isn't a lot to say, right? There isn't a lot to be looking at other than we are, very simple, very simplistic what I'm doing here. But price has been, let me put this perhaps a little bit tighter so you can get a better perspective, right? Price has just been going up and up and up, save for a few candles of consolidation here and consolidation there, but everything else is just going up, and that hasn't changed. And that's the power of following a trend, right? You don't have to be a genius to be a winner when you see the market being so impulsive and so trendy, not in fashion but in direction. So you can hop on. Don't be a smart guy and try to call the inflection points and reversal points. Just hop in, and you can still, if you're a reversal trader, and we are, Pedro is, he proudly, almost like gorilla pounds on his chest all the time. And I enjoy watching him saying, I'm a reversal trader. I am a reversal trader, which is good, which is awesome. And you can still be a reversal trader and a trend follower. It doesn't exclude one. One doesn't exclude the other one. The reversal trader is just what are the setup that you're looking for. That's it. But you can look for the setup in the direction of the trend, of the bigger trend, right? So you're looking for the reversal maybe on the hourlies, but you're looking in the long in the case of the dailies, meaning you're a reversal trader, but you're still following the trend. And that is actually a very powerful combination. All right, so before not before, let's switch to the chart. So on the monthly time frame, we can see the market has been very trendy. The only thing you can see is that we have a pin bar, right? A pin bar that was the candle of October, and that's the only only relevant candle, I would say. If you look at the area from this leg going up, from the last consolidation, and the leg going up as well, the 100%, you can see it on the fib extension right here that I drew from the lowest point from the consolidation to the highest point of the next consolidation. And we connect again with the lowest point of the now last consolidation area. You can see that 100% of that previous leg is right here, and we passed through it, meaning that the market is not slowing down. Okay, it is making bigger legs, right? So it's still crescendo. You might not think that, but you might not expect that ever having such a blockbuster year in gold, but it's still in that crescendo phase, meaning making bigger leaps still accelerating. However, there is one little thing here that needs to be taken into account, is that pin bar that we see on the monthly. Does that mean we're going to reverse? No, not necessarily. But it does mean that the market has reached for now, maybe a little bit of a saturation point. Maybe we went up too fast, too early, whatever it may be. I'm not sure. We can't tell yet if it's going to be something that will be the beginning, the basis of a retracement, maybe later on this month, next month, or just a little pause before we continue. We don't know that. You still just have to keep it in mind that there is sellers did come in, or maybe buyers took profit, whichever of the two, but that big wick, upper wick.
Where did it go? And I think we lost Victor. Oh my god. All right. Yeah, so Victor will be back eventually. Yep, Victor will be back eventually. Unfortunately, I think he lost his connection. That happens when you are traveling. Yep, you're back.
Okay, you guys lost me?
Yeah, for a second. Yeah, for the last maybe 10 seconds, I think we lost you.
Okay, all right. So let me go back. Not sure where you lost me, but what I was saying was that the only candle that really makes sense watching or pay attention to is this pin bar, compared to, for example, the bar before it, right, where you can see that the buyers were completely in control, which is this one. Let me make it bigger, right? Move is created, compared to what we have right here. The following, this is still two months ago, but still very, very relevant. Hold on, let me do a little pit stop, F1 pit stop, in terms of my throat. And I'm back. All right, so let me check here back. All right, so what I mean to say is that the market did hit something, and it's significant because it's on the monthly time frame that creates that pin bar, right? That upper wick does not get created out of thin air, right? That's selling pressure, either from buyers closing their long positions, taking profits, or sellers coming in because they're expecting some kind of a move to the downside. We don't know which one it's going to be, but it's interesting to remember that pin bar does mean something significant. All right, let's go to the lower time frames. On the weekly, the reaction, the big pin bar that I was just talking about, did not create any bearish order block on this time frame, right? The order blocks that are being created are still to the buy side, right? Despite what I just said, despite the fact that it might mean what I said might have meant that we could be seeing sellers coming in. When you go to the weekly, you can't see that. It's not visible, meaning things are still looking quite nice for the buyers to continue going higher through this month and perhaps next couple of months ahead as well. We have fresh order blocks being created on the weekly. This is the first one after that retrace. It was retested very beautifully by two candles or one candle after the creation of that order block. And that same movement created another one, which hasn't been retested yet. So if the first thing is, if there is going to be a retest within a certain number of candles, that would be the first area on a macro level in weekly to be starting to get in long. Other than that, there isn't anything else to see. The daily. Do we have a quasi on the daily? Meaning, is there some meat on that bone, on that idea that the market has, hit some temporary top? And the answer is, so far, nothing yet. This is the structural line on the daily, the quasi line. That's the head that makes something in here, even though it doesn't look very imposing. That would be technically following the rules. The left shoulder, that's the structural line. That's the head. We are far away from that structural line. So that looks and is very bullish on all accounts, in all aspects. So the market on the weekly and the daily there's nothing wrong, nothing stopping price for continuing higher. Meaning, you want to be long, although you want to be getting in at a good place on a demand zone, but the place to be on the macro level is still long. Just have to get in at an interesting rate, or a you don't want to be paying too much for gold, or getting in on a very rich level. If you're going to be holding it for a long time, you want to wait for it to get to lower levels, basically a demand zone. Okay, so do we have a bullish reversal from this area right here? The answer is no. We don't have anything as of yet. What else do we have to go long on gold? We do have this fresh order block, which has already been retested with that immediate retest we see right there. And we are seeing structures being retested. And this is the first time. But the next one is for the second time. So already that maybe makes it a little bit less likely to hold. But still, I would prefer to be taking this trade than to trade those fresh bearish order blocks. Just one. This is still fresh. The other one isn't anymore. So there is a place to be looking for an H4 reason to go short. Maybe we can take a look at that when we switch to the H4. But so far, on the higher time frames, I would want to be trading this one. By this one, I mean this order block on the daily time frame. This one has already been retested, so I'm less interested in that. And this one seems to be the one indicating now seems to be it will not be fresh anymore by the time price comes to it. So so we don't have any quasis, do we? No, we don't have any quasis. I already checked that on the daily. We only have two structures that are possible. Here is to go, trade from, short from this, and long from the one below us. But nothing here. Let's go to the H4 to see if we can find a reason to go short from the daily structure we just saw. So if price is going to react from here, what reason do we have to go to look for that short? There is a quasi right here. Maybe you guys can see that already. And Pedro had some very wise words about where to find the quasis. Right, quasis are just a way the market. One of the very basic and rudimentary ways to the market uses to reverse, right? It's a reversal pattern, but not all reversals are going to be successful. Not only that, to increase your win rate, you need to know when it is most beneficial, when is the optimal moment to be getting it, and you have to pair it with other things. All right, don't take the shots from the midline, but be careful and be selective when you have greater opportunity, meaning you're going to have a greater win rate as you are closer to the goal to make the shot. And that's the same thing. And by pairing with the higher time frames, the daily, the weekly, etc., and by using alignment, basically what you're doing is you're putting yourself in that 60 meters line around the goal to make that shot. So we do have a quasi right here. The quasi is telling us that it is when within the fresh order block, or the quasi, I should say, not fresh order block. Let me move this a little bit lower. And there is a level here on the H4 that we are reacting to right now. Okay, so let's move that as an H4. So I'm interested. It has daily. It has an H4. I'm a bit more inclined to be fair for a move up, right? Why is that? Because this looks quite bullish, right? You had.
Oh my god, it disappeared. It's
So
coming. It's coming back.
presumably the continuation to the. I'm coming back. How many seconds was that now?
No, it was just as soon as you said that it looks like more of a buy opportunity, like it disappeared. Maybe the market didn't agree with you, or maybe you are giving too much. There you go, it disappeared again. Maybe you was giving too much of a signal. The market maker, the Victor market maker, is giving too much signals, and the market is not happy with it. The market is trying to hide the algorithm from everyone, and Victor is trying to share it. Yeah, now your screen is a bit, it's black, so you cannot really see anything, I think. Or maybe you can. Yeah, maybe you can. Or maybe you have been always
Just
on.
let me know when you can.
Yeah, you can. You are working. You are working now. You are in.
Okay. All right. So I was saying, I'm going to go back, rewind a couple of the VHS cassette, a couple of seconds into the past. And what I was saying was that the market, even though, yes, we do have a reversal pattern, and it is an internal pattern, right? You can see it is an internal quasi, because the actually quasi line is down here. I'm sure you guys can see it. Oh, that's not the tool that I was waiting for. It's this one. This is the structure line on the quasi on H4, because this is the highest point, right? That means the first, the biggest quasi that can be made in this range. The highest point here, making this the left shoulder, the neckline, and that one hasn't been broken. So my initial approach, my initial preference would be to go long this, right? Because this now looks, if I take off the reversal pattern, this now is a push up consolidation. Since it didn't break the neckline, right, we expect the breakout to continue. This to me is the higher probability trade, right? So this is the one what you want to be looking for. And so if that is true, then you want to be looking for possibly a quasi from here. I know it may look quite, let me move that away. Maybe you guys lose track of what I'm talking about. Right there, I'm going to move that away. So basically you have two scenarios, right? You have a continuation, like a impulsive move. Let me move that. You guys still have me?
Yes, I think so,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so we have a impulsive move, consolidation, and a continuation, and an internal quasi, which is valid in its own right, but it's an internal. It's not the biggest structure. It's not using the whole range, and you want to be using quasis that the best quasis, the ones the external quasi, right? The one that includes the whole range that is available to you in on the chart. And on the quasi, on the H4, it hasn't broken any structures yet. So all of these tell us that the likely direction of price, the next step is likely, not necessarily always going to happen, but likely to happen is to continue higher. You can actually see it as well because we can see, the market is making higher lows as in this consolidation. All right, so let's let's see if we can get the area to be looking for the short is from here into the area below, at least, right? So into that daily order block, putting your stop, not necessarily that you're taking this trade like that, but the invalidation of the order block is above it, above the H4. And you're going to be looking on the lower time frame to get your entries and get that higher risk reward that I'd like to take. However, that's one thing, and we can take a look if we have the reasons, the structural reasons to go long, to go short, I mean. But actually, the preference, the preferred pattern is this right here. That's the quasi going long with the trend. Remember what we just talked about. You want to be going with the trend as much as you can. Now there is an area here for that long, but as you can see, there is also a outside bar in the making. Very interesting. So let's break both of them down. All right, so we have one here, and it creates an overlap. That's an outside. It's a beautiful outside bar, which was created by the news of yesterday. Yes, yesterday's news. Right there. So we have a daily fresh order block and a possible quasi on entry order block on the quasi on the H4, meaning this is the area you want to be getting in. And secondly, there's also an area here, which is, in my opinion, not valid, right? So I'm going to take it away. So far, the market hasn't validated that to me. All right, so the quasi has already been, the trade has already been on. You can see it here. This is a beautiful trade that I didn't take. I didn't take it because simply I got selective with my time trading, and gold didn't get any attention from me. Not a daily, but an H4. Right. So this is this is a beautiful setup. Happened already, by the way, but you can still trade that. That's the break of the neckline. Right? This is the neckline, left shoulder, the head, break of the neckline, and you go back and look for structures between this point and that point. What structures do you have? Did price leave behind? That structure. What does price do? It comes back, retested, a couple of bars, but not too deep, and then moves out. Even though that was the news that caused the impulsive move, you would be waiting for price to make that reversal on the lower time frames. Beautiful reversal. You had plenty of reasons to take this trade. There's that quasi on the H2 right there. You also have some fresh order blocks here, but if I have an entry order block on the H2, I would be waiting for that. So I wouldn't be getting in here since it never got to that order block. You see that? Did you follow the F1 championship, Pedro?
I didn't actually. I saw that someone won, right? But I didn't actually follow.
Pedro, what kind of sportsman are you? How is it possible? You always saying you're a sport guy.
True.
You
I
didn't
didn't.
check F1.
I used to.
So who
Uh,
won? Tell me who won. I'm
sorry.
putting you on the spotlight here. Who won?
Yeah, I don't know. I know that.
Pedro, what
What's
are
the
you
name?
talking about? You don't know who
What's
won the F1.
What's his name? Max. I think Max Verstappen, something like that. He was right. So he was. I think
I'm
there was
just
a little bit
kidding.
of disappointment
I'm kidding,
that he
Pedro.
was.
I don't know who won it as well. I didn't watch F1. I'm just making a conversation here.
Yeah, I saw some images, some pictures, but to be honest, I haven't been following F1 for a while now. Maybe in the future I will come back to it. I used to follow many years ago, even when Schumacher was still racing. But yeah, it's been a long time. It's been a long time since
Yeah,
I was following F1.
I'm just playing, Pedro. It's all fun. You're a great sports guy. Just trying to put you on the spotlight here. So
You did.
this is a good. I know. This is a quite nice quasi right here. I mean, look at that. Price comes back. I know this was news, but we can go to lower time frames. I know it already happened, but
Oh, I really just
it doesn't make a difference. Doesn't make a difference for long term. All right, so the news was here, so you had plenty of time. It wasn't even news restricted. This is where the news came out, right? Am I correct? I think that was where the news came out, and you could
finished
have
it.
taken.
So we got
Okay,
actually the trade exactly there. So we got yesterday on the live stream. Like we opened that trade like 10 minutes before the news came out, but then it was
okay,
during the press conference when you had then extra volatility and we created that extra low before going up.
exactly, and that's the power of having a trade system, because I gotta take a pit stop, a Max Verstappen pit stop here. I'm gonna be just hold.
Okay, as you guys can see, Vitor just went to change their. He went to the box. Victor is coming back in a second. Let's see if Victor is quicker than the F1 guys when they go
All
into.
right, that was
There you go.
8.77 second. We're
Yeah.
back here on track and going for another 50 laps or whatever they do on F1. Um, yes, going back to the chart, this is the importance of having in my opinion, maybe I'm biased because I'm very rule-based system. A trader, I follow a rule-based system to the T as much as I can. Um, you know, if you see the structure, if you look on the hourlies, and even if you use the order blocks, and you're not a rule based trader, you'd be looking and for the long as well, right? Because you see the established downtrend, you see how it breaks, and you're looking for price to come back to retest something before it continues higher. Even if you use a slightly different approach than I do, um, it doesn't really matter, right? But the difference is, if you have a structural way to do this, you have a checklist that needs to go through, you have a proper structurally rule-based system, you wouldn't be in the trade, right? Anywhere. You would be waiting for price to come in and get in right there, right? In my case, this occasion it happened this way. Sometimes, I get triggered before the news as well, and you have to deal it with accordingly. But in occasions like this, where you can see that the market comes in, and this is the initial move, but I didn't get triggered, right? And if you were a discretionary trader, you probably, and it's fine if you did. Not saying discretionary trading is not good. Don't feel bad about it. I'm not attacking anyone. But if you're a discretionary trader, chances are, you find it quite difficult to not trade this, because you would feel that the market is going to, move without you, because you're supposed to be in this trade long, and the news might come in and never come back to anything lower. But in my case, my entry, I didn't actually trade it, but the way that I would trade it is I would I need to wait for the order block to be retested. And that retest only happened, like 40 minutes after the news. So following your system, if you're like me, you'd be just waiting on the sideline, let all that storm come in, all the excitement, popcorn moment, which is great, but without the stress of having positions going up and down like crazy. Price comes back to the area, and that's the moment. That's the moment you say, right, this is my moment. I need to get in. Price comes in, and you'd have to look for entry, depending on your entry model, you'll have to look for after price comes in. Maybe we can zoom in a little bit. Maybe the viewers will like this. And then afterwards, I will leave Pedro to talk, because I will. Maybe it is the beach that has my throat a little bit sensitive. Maybe it's the snorkeling, the scuba diving. Who knows? But let me get here. So on the 1 minute, let's see if we can find something on the 1 minute. Was there a reason for us to look for? There isn't. There's one little thing there, but it didn't get triggered. So there wasn't a reason on the 1, the 2, nothing on the 3. So maybe it was on the seconds, like a 30 seconds or so. But all right, let me move this around. There's one thing else I wanted to check that could have helped you get in, which is if you had from the move. I know I'm moving the charts a lot, but bear with me. Have a beer while you're waiting. No, I'm just kidding. Have a margarita on the beach as you're waiting. Pina colada. What's your favorite beach cocktail, Pedro?
I don't really drink alcohol, so I'm not. I'm a boring person on that aspect.
Mocktails then. What's your favorite mocktail?
That's a good question. I like mojito flavor, so something with mint or something like that. I think that's quite. I like it.
Mojito?
Yeah, mojito. I think something with what's the thing that goes inside?
Mint.
I like the flavor,
right?
Yeah, mint, exactly. I think mint. I like the flavor. I think it's really good, personally. Yeah, otherwise I'll just go for a normal beer, and that will be it. So if I'm about to drink alcohol, I think it will be more for beer than any specific cocktail.
Pedro is a true sportsman, true athlete. Doesn't entertain alcohol. Almost never. Little beer.
Almost never.
That's it. Yeah, almost never. That's great, man.
But I can still have fun. I can still laugh. I can still have fun. I can still dance if the occasion suggests. Okay, I'm not boring.
Nobody thinks you are. Nobody thinks you are. I don't drink myself. I don't drink. I don't really drink very often. Let me see. I can go for months without having anything. All right, so you have a couple of areas here. What I'm trying to do is to indicate for the viewers, where are the areas? When you have a beautiful area like that, and even though it may not be an entry area to as a quasi, or maybe it can be, you have one. Yes, actually there was, but this one will be not invalidated, but would not be true. Right? Peter Parker, who is watching us right now. knows exactly what I'm talking about, because rumor has it he has reverse engineered my system completely. He has decrypted the code and is having a blast with it. All right, so these are using the same price, the same structure that I use all the time, right? So you'd have, this is the 3 minute, we are in the 5, so that needs to be corrected, the 3. So basically what I did is I indicated, same thing that I do all the time, right? So you have the 2 minute, the 2 hour, 4 hour within the daily, meaning you need that alignment price. This was the highest point before price came back. So you'll be looking from this, using the fib, the mid level from the fib. It gives you 3 areas, right? 1, 2, and 3, using what I just did when we were talking about mocktails and cocktails. And the thing, what this is, it helps you to be patient, right? If you have a structural way, and that was exactly what I was trying to do. If you have a structural way, it makes it much easier to be patient and wait for the market to set up just the right moment, the right way you want it to before you enter. And if not, then you don't trade, right? So instead of focusing on the eagerness of getting into the market, you're watching the market to comply to your framework before you get in, right? So the first one doesn't make sense for you to get in because the market hasn't reached the level. So that will mean that you would not be looking for that area. And here you have the other two. And imagine you have these in advance put in. This one you wouldn't have because it didn't get the area, right? This is within the overlap, right? So imagine you have this like so, and you think, all right, so the market is likely to use these levels or use a new quasi for the reversal, right? It's either going to use a new quasi or going to use existing structures from the left. So, and in this case, it didn't use a quasi, at least not at this level, maybe higher on. And you have 2 levels to be watching, 2 areas to be watching. And price comes in on a different level on a 1 minute. Price comes in, doesn't touch the second one. So you're only with the first one. And what do you see? Let's widen this up a little bit. Price comes in on the 1 level, right? So this order block, as price gets in, right? So price gets to the level, has the initial reaction that creates that lower wick. What does it do next? Right? It creates a bearish order block, right? These two, this one and that one, creates a bearish order block. What does tell us? Well, sellers are still in control, even though it hit the level, the relevant area. Let's mark this as just a regular 1 minute structure. You can, well, can barely see it, but let me mark it, right? So right there, right? So the market comes in, creates a bearish structure, meaning it seems like this order block didn't do its job, because after the market came in, the market still created a bearish order block, meaning that's the opposite of what you want to be seeing, right? So price goes in for the third time, basically, after the creation of that order block. And if this order block is indicative of price going much lower, then price would want to do what, right? It would need after the creation of the order block, which is this actually, but this is the move. It goes down and retests. And the fact that it did not respect it the opposite way, to me, that's a break. I talk about this a lot. A break of a structure is also a signal, right? So a break of a bearish structure that's supposed to be holding, not holding, that tells us something. And this is the candle where it broke, right there. And you can use that flip structure, the one that is no longer bearish, but now flipped to be bullish, as an entry order block to go long. price goes back to retest it, and moves out. It didn't use any specific candlestick combination, but you can easily use this and say, well, whenever price gets back above this level, I'm going to go long.
Yep, that makes sense. That's a good idea.
Whatever price comes back to that level, that flip structure, I'm going to go long. And whether you wait for the close, you do it with a stop order whenever it just breaks out. That's all up to you. If you want to put it 5 pips above this, if you want to put it whatever 1 pip, that's all for you to fill in and to try out. You get a long from that area, let's say somewhere like that, and you still use the area that it reacted to, because you understand, after the fact, that even though it didn't look like it was going to respect and react from this level by creating a bearish structure, the fact that it broke and then come back and retested, that confirms that it actually uses the bearish structure to give out a bullish sign. Gotta be quick there. So, and you go long, putting your stop there, and afterwards, of course, you're gonna be using the structure on a higher time frame to catch the move, right? So basically, in this case, it's if there wasn't any news, I would put my targets on top of the structure, right? So it'll give you 1.7, 1.37, which isn't huge, but if you can do this on a regular basis, it's still very, very profitable, or it can be very profitable. But given the fact that we had news, you can, reasonably assume that price is going to go a bit more, and you can go to the left to see, all right, so if this is, what is the next order block that you should be targeting, which is 2.5, and that seems to be a, the next level, next structure on the hourlies, because because of the news, you expect a bit more, and if you're a bit more ambitious, you could have been, targeting the highest point, or the highest swing point from the last couple of days, and you would still be in the trade. That was a beautiful trade. I didn't trade it, but that would be how you could use, the tools that we talk about all the time, and apply them to your trading process. But before you apply it to your trading process, there's one critical thing you have to apply. Pedro knows this. Every host on the YouTube knows this critical information. Pedro always emphasizes the need of this critical component. Before you apply these tools, what you need to do is hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Very, very critical component in this process.
That's true. that's really true. Yeah, that would have been a good views? Sorry?
How are we on the views and the likes of this today's channel, today's stream?
Yeah, we have Your Past 3 February, which is an interesting name. I think it just got a profit on, I think, gold trade. I think it was long, if not mistaken. So good trade. Good to see you guys making some profits while also joining us in here on the live stream. So congrats, Your Past 3 February. So yeah, thank you. Aside from that, gold is moving nicely to the upside. That's good. And the indices are moving to the downside. So actually we have the Dow. The Dow is almost skyrocketing to break new all-time highs. However, we have NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ is quite bearish, and the S&P is basically in a range. Sorry. Let me just keep in there. So that one kind of moved quite aggressively, but then you have a big divergence across the other US indices. For example, we have NASDAQ actually is moving to the downside quite strongly today.
That doesn't happen very often, does it?
Yeah, not exactly, but sometimes it does. And then you have the S&P, which might start moving to the downside. Now it has been a bit more in a range, a bit more indecised. in there. To be honest, I was waiting once again. I was waiting a little bit higher on the Nasdaq and even S&P, any of those two to go a little bit more. Retest yesterday's high to potentially try to look for a trade, and not exactly where price went there.
That entry order block daily on the NAS looks a bit ominous.
Yeah, it's holding.
it's holding, but it looks quite ominous. I mean, if you're if you're short, if you're a long holder, you don't want it to be stalling at these levels, because that could, that could signal, some some push to the downsides. I'm laughing, but it's not a laughing matter.
Yeah, because that can be the trigger. I like the price action. Actually, that was my bias actually since the beginning of the week on the US indices. Just to look for it's really moving down. To look for potential shorts. To be honest, so if you look at if you look just in here. By the way, we have been talking always about Quasimodo, and then you mentioned Spider-Man, and I was just thinking maybe if you create a spider pattern, I think it would be much better than the Quasi. I think it's kind of more fancy and more it's more attractive. So I will try to find a way to come up with a spider pattern. To be honest, maybe what happened now on the Nasdaq, it can be quite similar, where you have one leg, we have here the whatever years or whatever from the spider, and then you have in here the second, exactly the second one, the second big leg, and then there you go, the follow through. So there you go, we have the spider pattern. I think it's the first time maybe we are talking about this, or anyone talked about this. So you can refer to me anytime in the future someone talks about spider pattern, but you can definitely see it. It even looks nice on the background as a spider pattern in here. This was my attempt to try to draw a spider or a web, kind of a web. Like web maybe could be it as well, but a web it may be something more evolving eventually to follow. There you go. The spider pattern just happened on the Nasdaq. So what do we have actually in here? This was my bias, to be honest. Unfortunately, I was looking for this top to go slightly higher, and actually I was quite sad to see that price already in the morning made out this move without being able to participate on it, because what happened was what we have. So on the when you're looking left, let's just do it this as well. So when you're looking on the left side, as you demonstrated, kind of have that order block in there on the daily, but I was already looking a little bit higher, and actually I was happy to see that price managed to take the liquidity above these tops. Okay, so we created with this move, we made that move in there. On Monday, I did manage to cut a short in here. I think maybe this level could still hold price. Okay, and because of that, I actually managed to get a short in here. I was maybe lucky. The reality is that I survived when price kind of reacted with the double top. My stop loss was slightly above it, so then I closed my trade somewhere in there. Okay, so I managed to get the short, and then it becomes a little bit more of my reversal pattern, okay, which this may be now the left shoulder, and then eventually we're waiting for the head and potential Quasimodo, as maybe you can already start noticing it. The reason for that is because when I then saw that price respected this level, start moving to downside and starting to break some of these lows, and this one in here was really good for me. I really liked it as a confirmation that maybe price did wanted to go move to the downside. I started to realize that maybe this double top was actually created with a purpose of eventually being the price coming all the way back to collect liquidity above this level, where many people will be interested to sell maybe around this level. You can actually see or follow the process that when price broke this level, I think everyone that was shorting in here was quite happy with that move, expecting now that price will just follow through, right? And everyone that was trying to sell in here, and even maybe during or just before the news as well, you can already see where their stop losses are, right? Either in here, or anyone that now tries to sell it around this level is going to be facing their stop losses a little bit higher. And actually I wanted a little bit higher because I was looking for price to go a little bit closer to this zone in here, and not just to do this. Okay, so actually at this point I then I didn't manage to. But the idea will be to fake out this level and then to look for the short. Now this happened really late in the news. This was already 9 p.m. so I was off. I did try to catch the trade during the press conference, but then it became late and I didn't really wanted to. I thought price now at this point would slow down a little bit, and then maybe during the London session you would have that move. I was wrong. Basically, during the Asian session, price just did this move, and that's it. Like 3 a.m. in the morning, price was already down. And today I was hoping again, that price would get a little bit closer for me to look for the short, which at this point, as you can see, basically never happened. So hopefully, once again, price will eventually come back to this level. So basically, the drawing I have in here was a drawing that I made when price was somewhere around this level, which now we can delete it. There you go. So big sell-off on the NASDAQ. I think it makes sense, and the reason for this to make sense is based again what happened yesterday, where we did have the rate cut that was already priced in. Okay, basically the information that we actually were about to have a cut rate, it happened around this period. Okay, it was actually after it was after the NFP. So we had the NFP move on a Thursday or somewhere in here, and then on Thursday, and then on a Friday into Monday, price shift and the probability of the rate cut increased. Okay, so that's when finally we had the 80% probability that we would have a rate cut. So that is eventually priced in on this move to the upside. And now basically the Fed said that it's going to have maybe 1, maybe 2 rate cuts next year. I think everything's going to change eventually when you have a new chairman of the Fed. Okay, eventually when Trump is going to announce who's going to be the next one, and when I think he's joining or taking over in May or somewhere around that period. But the reality is that at this point, all the way until April or something like that, the probability is that we're going to stay within the same rate or quite close to it. And that's market not being happy with it. Okay, so I think the market is not going to be happy to see that there's going to be a long pause until we actually have the next rate cut. The projections yesterday were quite good, were better than the projections that they did in September when they did the last projections in terms of GDP. Labor market is going to be quite similar at around 4.4%. Even in terms of inflation as well, a little bit lower than expected, so that's also good. So in terms of the data overall, is actually quite good. But there you go. The Fed, what they mentioned is that most likely they're going to have a pause now, and the pause that can last maybe a quarter or even 3 meetings. And this is the market reacting to it. That's why one of the reasons I was actually biased to look for a sell. It was not just that information that could come up, also the price action. This is one of the best price actions that you can find for a reversal. Okay, you have the compression that I talked about so much. We have price starting, first of all, we have price approaching a good level on the left side. It's already really close to the previous high, so that's already a great level to start looking for the reversal. We have some liquidity also creating around this level, and now we have potentially price turning where we have already breaks of lows. We have now potentially the final fake out, clear break of structure this morning, and now we have basically the continuation in here. And even if price comes back one more time to this level, I'm still going to try to look for it, because I think maybe price still have some orders behind in there. One of the spices, again, as I mentioned 2 weeks ago when I talked about my approach, the spice I wanted to feel, it was this one. Okay, so I really wanted to try to catch this move after price broke this level. In my opinion, it opened space for this level for price to move to the downside, and that was basically the level of the space I wanted to feel. Unfortunately, price never came to me, or I didn't manage to catch yesterday. So I'm actually not seeing anything. I just catch the small short from here on Monday. I didn't catch the bigger move that I actually wanted and I've been waiting for. And if you do the analysis on the S&P, it's quite similar as well. Maybe the S&P already got a little bit closer to the edge of this range in here that I wanted as well. But again, you have the move, you have the fake out, and then you have the final head in there also reacting from really close to the top. But NASDAQ is definitely more aggressive today, and maybe can end up reacting from this level, which this will be my A+ setup with a specific target, clear level that I wanted to participate. But yeah, there you go. We have the spider pattern on the NASDAQ.
The 8-legged pattern is going to be even more elaborate than the quasi. For those who
Exactly.
those who found the quasi to be too complicated, just wait for the the
Yes.
spider pattern. um,
Yeah.
it's let's take a look at EU, because we are at the end of our stream, or almost to it. Let's take a look at very quickly. Let me double check that you guys see my screen. Yes, you do. I saw in the on the comments that my resolution wasn't that great. Probably when my connection was a bit suboptimal. That's saying it. That's putting it nicely. Maybe I hope it's better now. The other thing I wanted to say is hello to all those great viewers who are commenting, you know, engaging us in the chat. Thank you for your participation. And Farmer NG, how are you doing, my friend? And many others that I just saw in the chat. All right. So one thing we have about less than a minute actually for our streams, but there's one thing I want to give you guys for a little bit of a perspective as to if you're going to be trading today, and if you're looking for a possible trade. That this is actually not for the beginner. This is more a little bit more advanced, because being a reversal trader, you got to be okay with going against what you're seeing, because reversal, you're actually not seeing the reversal yet, or you're seeing a little bit of the reversal, and it may not be the moment yet. What I'm trying to say is that we are on the daily. I talked about at length of how this structure, this area, is a nice area for price to eventually, not necessarily today. So don't go, don't go being a hero with this. I'm not saying it's going to do something like this, although it could. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that we are at a great level on a macro level, on multiple reasons, weekly, monthly, daily. But that's, put that aside for a little bit. Right now we are on a daily order block, right? So, and we had, let's measure the ATR. You can see it on the chart below here on the indicator window. The lower one, it says 55, right? 55. And what did yesterday? What did the market do? Market did 78. Now keep in mind that the news came out, at basically at the last 4 hours of the session. So market didn't have the whole day to act upon it. But so keep that in mind. It didn't have the whole 24 hours. It had just the last 4 hours. Still, you can you be the judge if you think this day is going to be a bigger day or not. If you ask me, probably not. It's not going to be as big. But hey, these are just averages. So if you take yesterday's range, which is 78, and you mark that from the low of today, what does that give you? Gives you the upper border of this daily order block. So now you have of volatility or a range-based reason to think that the market is likely not going to go much higher than this level for today, right? Because it's a D1 range-based, ATR-based indication. So you have a level. This level is the upper border of the order block, which is 117.59 So the question is, if the market today goes closer to that level, or especially if it breaks it a little bit, right? Breaks out of it a little bit, maybe it will, maybe it won't, but it doesn't have to. Just gets closer to it, maybe almost getting there. And this is on the higher time frame. So, and imagine if that were to happen on the lower time frame, and you see, right? You see a break of structure, let's say on the 15-minute or the 5, I don't see it yet, right? Because the break of structure to me would be all the way down here, right? That would be the break of structure. It hasn't happened yet, but you can see the market is already pounding down quite, with a lot of passion, so to speak. Maybe it will break it now, but if the market right? So the level that I was talking about, the upper border of the order block, is at 59, if I'm not mistaken, right? So what we're talking about is if this is going to be roughly the area, this is not an order block, this is just an area. Let's say something like this. If this is going to be the top of the day, right? Somewhere around here, and you're using a quasi, I can see Pedro's eyes already thinking, and maybe thinking, okay, so this could be, right? This would be one of those moments I would take the head trade, right? Because the market hasn't reached it yet. So it means that the market is still going to go and make a higher high. That will leave this, the current high, as the left shoulder. And the level it reaches before switching, the lowest level it reaches, that would be the neckline. But in this case, you could be trading the possible head. This is something Pedro is a specialist in, taking possible reacting a reversal trade on a possible head that it doesn't have to go that high, even something like this. And you see on the lower time frames that it breaks these structures. You can take a short and close that at the end of the day, right? Because the higher time frames, the daily and the market structure is still bullish. You don't want to be taking this when the market is ready to go on its next impulse. This trade is a mean reversion trade, which is, after the market did its impulsive move, which is this bigger move today, right? And not only today, the whole day, not only that move, but the rest of the day it has been moving up, right? So understanding that the market likely needs a pullback until the rest of the day. So it could be something like this, and you target, since it's a mean reversion, you don't want to be targeting a high risk reward ratio, just a 1-to-1, 1-to-1.5, or maybe 2, and that's it. Don't be a hero, and 1-to-1 is just plenty. You take it and you close it at the end of the day, or maybe in the early sessions, or at the end of the Asian. Doesn't really matter that much. If it doesn't revert back, don't hold this, because if you hold it too long, by the end of the beginning of London, the buyers will be coming in, because on the higher time frame, the market is bullish and they will be pushing price much, much higher. Maybe, right? You don't want to be in that position. I don't think it will happen, but you don't want to be in that position. You want to expose yourself to that risk. This is just an intraday mean reversion trade using structure on the quasi, the order block, the ATR, the range of yesterday, the news, the cut rate, the cut we had yesterday, not my finger cut that I got from the coral reef, but I mean the Federal Reserve cut we got yesterday, the quarter of a point cut. So this is a little trade I want to give you guys. If it happens, maybe it's not going to reach that level, and then there's nothing to do. So, needing a quick pit stop.
Yeah, and with this, basically, we also approach the last race of the last lap of the race. Correct? Is that how we always say it? We are literally on the finishing line with a flag already. While Victor is going to the pit, I think I actually won the race right now. I don't wait for him. I'm just going to finish it without him. There's no waiting in here. That's how competitive we are. Guys, thank you very much. It was another week. Tomorrow, of course, there is more trading, but not in the live stream. So I hope you guys continue to have a good week of trading. We are basically 1 week away, so basically 10 days away, 1 week away from Christmas. So next week is still going to be quite volatile. We're going to have more central bankers. We're going to have ECB, BOE, I think Bank of Japan. I think we're going to have also unemployment, so the NFP and some other data coming out. So next week is still going to be busy, and then basically after that, the year is almost done, because it's going to be Christmas. So yeah, take it slowly. Don't try to beat the euro in this last week. There's no reason for that. Just take it slowly and take whatever opportunities you find, and nothing else. But we are still going to be here. Okay, so next week, of course, we're going to be here again for another week of live streams.
What about the Portuguese session?
Yeah, we have one today. So we're going to continue with our challenge, try to pass the challenge until the end of the year. We'll see if we're going to do it. We are positive. But yes, we're still going to have our Portuguese live session at 5 p.m. So basically in 1 hour and 50 minutes. 1 hour and 50 minutes.
You guys at home can't see what Peter is doing with his right hand, but he has a pretty cute
Yes,
uh,
I know.
four-legged organism there, making the scene, making a debut on the live stream show right here. It's you can make these up, right? What's his or her name?
Cookie. We have
Cookie.
we have a cookie and a muffin. So we have two.
Cookie and a muffin. Okay, I hope they never go into the oven.
Yeah, no. And maybe the next one, whenever it comes, maybe it's a donut or something like that. It's going to continue to be in these lines. But yeah, it's
I think the next one is going to be tiramisu.
yeah, maybe.
All right.
Maybe.
All right. So that is this stream. A bit feline flavor right there for you. And if that increase your appetite, then I wish you bon appetit for later on. But we are streaming live in the Portuguese session, as Pedro has indicated. We have our Friday session, as we are recently have started giving, having these Friday sessions. Don't miss that out. A lot of value and potentially a lot of profits coming your way if you apply, you absorb these lessons given by our lead host, our boss, basically on YouTube, which is Jonatan, giving out great stuff, all for free, right? I know that nowadays, when I don't, not nowadays, I think it's the perceived value of something that is free isn't exactly high, but that's the perceived value. You can be misguided if you fall into that trap thinking because it's free, um, the value must not be that high. And I will firmly disagree that there is a lot of value for you to grasp and to apply to your trading session. And it's a blessing it's free, right? That's why is it free? That's the question you should be asking yourself. That is because it's coming from a party that Cookie is getting all the attention, including mine. No, the party here is who is taking care of you, which is the 5ers, taking care of your education, doing what it can as much as it can. And you don't even know everything we're doing. We haven't shared all of it yet, but there's a lot of projects in the background, all looking to increase and to deliver as much value to you as possible. So on that note, have a great week. Don't forget the Portuguese session later on. Tomorrow, Discord sessions coming up as well. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you think we are, doing a great job here. And that's it. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you, and see you next week, Monday. Pedro later on, and Jonatan tomorrow. See you guys
Bye-bye.
soon again. Bye bye. Oh, gotta do the outro. Yes. Almost.